Did you like the conference?
Yeah. Yeah, we like.
Okay. But I really appreciate your help. You did a great job yesterday. That during that forum.
Yeah, in fact, many of my friends are really appreciating because, the questions that you ask and also the input that you are giving is really helpful for them, Prof.
No, I'm talking about you, not me.
Oh, yeah, we are saying about me, about our side. Yeah,
our your side. Okay, really, yes.
Yeah. We are really happy.
The question you asked were really, really helpful. Your guidance. I mean,
yes.
You did a great job. Really.
Thank you.
She, Dr. Logais is very talented, and I'm very sure that next time we can give her, we can plan to give her some more assignments also and more responsibilities also. She can do it well.
Yes. Matter of fact, today I was going to ask her if she'd like to be chairperson of the last session today. Today's last session.
She will.
I didn't hear. I think I lost the connection. I didn't
hear. You
lost
the connection? Okay. the chairperson of the last session.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, it's okay. That I can agree.
Okay. So
I should agree, right?
Well, it's up to you. Well, since Professor Advash just said that he's agreed, so we are 2-1. You voted.
I think you should, madam. Dr. Logesh.
Okay. I'll think and let you know, Prof.
It is last session. How much time will take to think?
Maybe we can give some others opportunity.
First, we should test with you and check that whether what we have said, are we really thinking this, whatever we are thinking, is it correct or not? That we need to assure. So first we will have to take a test.
So Prof Jam, our side, we all are waiting to present eagerly.
We can. Okay, we can start our session now. And we start with the first one, I think that is this
impact of online education in Indian education system. And Jolly Dave.
Yeah, sorry.
No. Sorry. Wrong session. Trends in education, the development, augmented reality, board games in English learning. Diana Boyd, Yan Lee, and Dr. Logais Indira.
We may start with that. Madam, can we?
Sure. Yeah. Madam Diana will be presenting today.
Okay, so can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon to all. Okay, glad to be here with you all today in this congress. So allow me to share my screen first. Okay, can you see it? The slides? Okay. So I'll start. Okay, so good afternoon to all. I'm Diana Lipuyan from Polytechnic Sultan Idris-Shah. And together with me, my partner is Dr. Logais Indiran from University Technology Malaysia. So today here, we are going to share with you all our research entitled Trends in Education, the Development of Augmented Reality Board Games in English Learning. Okay, so first of all, for the introductions, due to pandemic COVID-19, more than 1 billion people around the world face disruptions to their educations since 2020. So here we can expect increased emphasis on digital innovations in the world of teaching and learning. So as far as digital innovation is concerned, right? There is one popular technology that has been widely used in education field, and that is augmented reality. So augmented reality is a technology that incorporates digital information such as images, video, and audio into real-world spaces. So here, augmented reality technology in education. Basically, the development of educational games has gained popularity in recent years. Games have been developed using AR technology to aid in teaching and learning. For example, the use of AR educational games in mathematical educations by Lee and Lee 2008, and then in geometry educations by Du and Lee 2007, and also in English educations by Taskiran 2019. So basically, educational games or edutainment are growing popular among educationists as they combine educations and enjoyment, which lead to motivations and engagement over learning, especially among the millennial generations. So millennial generations, or Gen Y, they are those aged between 25 to 40 years old. The millennial generations, they are more inclined towards digital world, and they tend to use mobile technologies in every aspect of their lives. So here, this is the data, okay, on the share of time spent in mobile apps by categories. So here we can see that on average, the time spent using mobile devices each day is 4 hours and 10 minutes. So out of these, 44% of mobile time spent in social and communication apps, 26% spent in video and entertainment apps, 9% in playing games, any kind of games, and 21% spent in using other kinds of apps. So from these 4 categories, we can see here, on average, each day, okay, per user, 9% of mobile time spent on gaming itself. So according to Michael and Chen, 2006, games have the power to teach, train, and educate, and are effective means for learning skills. Gamifications or game-based learning, it allows students to engage with educational materials in a playful and dynamic ways. So according to Chen and Clark, 2016, game-based learning is an approach of AR that presents new opportunities for learners to produce their own materials, share learning experiences, and rehearse skills for real world. And it might be effective in facilitating students' 21st century skill developments. And then according to Taskiran 2019, game-based learning should not be considered merely for the purpose of learning content, but also to experience failure and success, learn how to use in-game immediate feedback strategically, and get prepared for problematic context in real life. So looking at this, the game's popularity nowadays, there is a need for educationists to use game as an educational tool in English learning. This is because English language learners, they often lost interest and motivations towards classroom activities due to experiencing similar exercises and learning materials provided by either coursebook publishers or the language teachers themselves. And many materials often fail to allow learners to interact with each other, engage in activities, and more importantly, enjoy their learning experiences. Therefore, game-based learning plays an important role in teaching by making students to collaborate, communicate, interact, and work in teams. And that's why we have come up with this AR board game specifically for English learning. So the AR board game is developed to improve students' English language skills, will expose students to a new learning environment, as well as excitement with the combinations of augmented reality technology. So here we have 3 research objectives. The first one is to expose students to an enjoyable learning environment. Second, to provide learning experiences and interactions towards subject through AR with text, images, and video animations. And the third one is to improve students' English language proficiency, particularly speaking skills, which it shortens the learning curves. Okay, so here this is the development process and the software that we use. So basically there are two main softwares. The first one is Vuforia Engine Software Development Kit, SDK. This is an augmented reality software, which responsible for AR-related functionalities, and also it enables the creations of AR applications for mobile devices. And then another software is Unity 3D. So this is a popular real-time development platform for creating multi-platform games and interactive experiences. This software is easy to use and convenient to develop AR applications due to its many features and also the development supports. And most important, it's free for non-commercial use. And then at the end of this development process, okay, we generate this APK file. Okay, this is a very important file that need to be downloaded into the smartphones in order to play the game. Okay, so here, this is the scene of the developed images in Unity 3D. And this is the end product of it, okay? The AR educational board game. Okay, so as you can see here, in this board game, we make use of building. Okay, it consists of 10 different buildings. So these are the buildings that we can see, okay, we can find from our surroundings. Okay, so the first one, we have this housing area, and then this is the market, factory, playground, stadium, and then here we have theater, hospital, mall, fire stations, and the last one, school. So in this board, we have a starting point and also the finishing point. Okay, so how to play this game? So first of all, the number of players, at least 2 players, and then the equipment that we need is a dice, okay, counters, the AR board, okay, this is the AR board, and also smartphones, and also this Android application package, .apk file, that need to be downloaded into the smartphone, Android smartphones, in order to play the games. Okay, so next, the instructions. Okay, first of all, each players, they need to put their counters on the space that says start, okay, this one, the starting point. And then each players, they will take turns to roll a dice. The number on the dice will determine the number of movements on the boards. For example, like if the dice show 3, okay, number 3, then the players will need to move the counters 3 steps forwards, okay, 1, 2, 3. So the players will scan the building based on the numbers where he or she landed in order to view the questions. So for example, if let's say the players landed here, number 3, that means he or she will need to scan this building, the housing area. If the player landed somewhere here, 4, 5, or 6, then he or she will need to scan this building. Okay, so here the player, they need to give the correct answers or a sufficient opinions or their view based on the scenarios given, okay, on the questions. Then if let's say it's correct, then he or she can roll the dice again and move forward to complete the next task. So here, the teacher or the moderator will be the persons who will verify whether the player passed and able to move to the next round. If the player that failed to complete the task, then he or she will miss 1 turn. And then the same method will continue until one of the player reach this finishing point. Okay, then he or she will be declared as the winner. So that is the process, how the game is played. Okay, next. Okay, so these are the outcomes of the AR images for each of the buildings. Okay, so as you can see here, so these are the AR image for market, for housing area, theater, schools, fire stations, mall, and then we have here the factory, stadium, playground, and also hospital. Okay, so these are the AR images for each of the building when they scan using their smartphone. Okay, so when the students, they scan the building, basically, this will pop up on their screen. Okay, so they will see the buildings, okay, the image that they scanned, and then there will be 2 buttons, okay, the begin and the cancel buttons. So here, when the students, they click on this begin, they will see the questions, okay, the questions will pop up on their phone screen. Okay, basically, there are two types of questions: open-ended questions and also multiple choice questions, okay, objective questions. And these questions basically depends on the building that they scan. If let's say they scan hospital, so the questions that they receive would be related to hospital or related to health. And if let's say they scan school, then the questions would be related to schools or maybe educations, okay? So these are the samples of the questions. So here the students, they will need to, justify their view, provide their stance, whether they agree or disagree, express their opinions based on the situations or the scenario given. And then other than that, the students, they might receive questions with image, okay, like this one. So for this sample, okay, so the questions will see an image. So based on the image, they will need to answer the questions, okay. Once done, they will just need to click this done button, okay. So this is another sample of questions, okay, related to playground, sorry. Okay, so here the students, they will need to watch a video. So based on this video, they will need to answer the questions, okay, open-ended questions. And then once done, they will just need to click done. So for open-ended questions, basically the teachers or the moderators will verify whether the student passed this round or not. If let's say the answers given is acceptable, logic, and relevance to the questions given, then they pass the round, okay? And then they can roll the dice again and move forward. If let's say they fail to provide acceptable answers, then they will miss one turn. Okay, so that is for open-ended questions. And then next one, this is the sample of multiple choice questions. So this one is for market, and then the questions will be related to market. Okay, so here the students are provided with multiple choice questions, answers, options. So the students need to choose the correct answer. If let's say they choose the correct answers, then they will see this message, okay, like this one, that is correct. Okay, if let's say they choose the wrong answer, so they will receive this message, sorry, that is the wrong answer. Okay, if it's wrong, then they will miss one turn. If it's correct, then they can roll the dice again and move forward to the next level. Okay, so it's the outcomes. And next, we talk about the findings. Okay, so the proposed AR board game has been pilot tested by 10 students from Polytechnic Sudan and Trishas, who are currently taking communicative English subject. And then after the test runs, the students were given questionnaire for them to fill in. And this questionnaire is based on technology accepted models. And the purpose is actually to explore their opinions and satisfactions using the AR board game in English learning lessons. So if you have a look here, okay, these technology accepted models, we have two factors here, the variables, perceived usefulness and also perceived ease of use, that influence the attitudes of the students, which leads to the behavioral intentions in using AR board game in English learning. So these are the results. As you can see here, the reliability value, okay, the Crumpet alpha is quite high, okay, 0.971. And then this table shows the mean value for the variables, the 4 variables, okay, perceived usefulness, 4.44, and then perceived ease of use, 4.22, attitude, 4.20, and user acceptance, the intentions, 4.08. So the mean values of these 5 qualitative skills, it shows that it's more than 4, okay? So it means that the students, they are highly satisfied with the use of AR board game in English learning. And overall, the students, they give a positive feedback. And basically, after the gameplay, I did interview the students informally. I asked the students whether they like the games or not, ask their opinions about the interface of the game, and etc. And then the feedbacks given by the students are they like the games, and then they found it best and interesting, and it is fun as well. So next, we talk about the limitations. Okay, basically, there are 2 limitations that I want to emphasize. Okay, first, this AR board game only applicable for Android smartphones. Okay, means that this one cannot be used by Apple phones or iOS. Okay, and it's also suitable, okay, more suitable for face-to-face classes. And then finally, the conclusions. This research intended to develop a fun and motivating game-based applications for English language learnings. And the findings, it reveals that the students, they enjoy and they love the use of augmented reality in the learning process. And the analysis of the questionnaires based on technology acceptance models, it shows that the students, they were highly satisfied with the use of these AR board games in the learning. And also, this indicates that the incorporations of AR technology in English language learning succeeded in providing interest and motivations in English language learnings. And basically, the students, they are not just merely having fun, but it also helps them to reinforce their language skills, especially the speaking skills. And last but not least, the use of technology basically is one of the ways to sustain today's education system. Okay, and that's all for my presentations. Thank you for listening.
Any questions? Anyone, any questions? I guess. We may start with the second presentation, and we may discuss at the end only. I guess that will be fine enough, and we may take 10 minutes only. In 10 minutes, each of the participants need to complete their presentation so that we have some time to discuss.
Second presenter is undergraduate pitch for funding, driving a sustainable university industry collaboration. Dr. Logais Indiran, Noriza Moht Jamal, Nurhayat Zakwan, Umar Hayat Abdul Kohar, Mazilla Abdullah, Maya Katun Isak.
Okay. Shall I start, Prof?
Yeah, please.
Is
it in the slideshow?
Shows that you started to share your screen, but I don't see anything.
Oh, you don't see anything. Wait, hold on. I'm sharing it now.
Yes.
Yeah, it is visible now.
Okay, so shall I start? So it is in the slideshow, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, huh? Okay, thank you. So, so I'm Logiswari and my team here, we are from University Technology Malaysia, would like to present about how a program can drive a sustainable university industry collaboration that's taking a case study on undergraduate pitch for funding. Okay. The next slide. Are you seeing my next slide?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the problem here is, I would like to say that research is a very core in education system. But however, some of the students, they do not understand that, especially undergraduate students, they are always struggle to understand the real problem and how to solve the problem. Okay, even at many times, they even do not know how to start and what to research, what is the real problem. And they also do not understand how to map the theoretical and practical gap. So now we would like to say that, like to use that when you pitch to the industry player or to the outsiders, then you will get some input, constructive comments, which will help them. So that is the main idea of this research. Okay, the importance of posting these questions, what are our aims is to empower all our students with knowledge to sustain their education system. Even after they go out, they should know how to do proper research and how to address the real problem. So we have to come out with a correct package. So that's why we are saying that this program is a program where it will start with giving them an idea how to start a research, and all the other parties, that means all the stakeholders, will come in to give their comments and also input through a program to a pitch for funding program. So what are the objectives of this research is to introduce a sustainable university industry collaboration at the same time with students' final year project. Okay, we are using students' final year project as the case study to provide a methodological tools to allow undergraduates, researchers to confidentially pitch the most important elements. So they have to know that what is the most important elements. Okay, then to provide undergraduate researcher with tips and tricks on preparing a vibrant pitch slides presentation at the same time. And the last one, to produce innovative and creative students who will later become future leaders of the country. So literature review, of course, when we look into the literature review, not many literatures, I would like to say, like this program were not in the literature, many of researchers have not explored yet, very limited. Okay, and if you see Raf, he have written many papers on the how do you pitch for funding. That means pitch research ideas for funding. That means you have to know how to pitch your research idea. Normally people pitch their innovation idea, right? But here we would like to say pitch your research idea is one of the way of getting the best solution for the students, in a way to elevate them to a better place in education system and also future in their lifetime also. And I would like to share about the case study of UTM, where we have conducted, I would like to take a pitch AHIP's undergraduate speech for funding, which we have conducted in 2020 last year during lockdown. Okay, but however, we managed to conduct using via online. Okay, and this is about the case study. I would like to explain a little bit about the case study. So we have 10 steps in this program, where the phase 1 we started with developing Gantt chart, second developing of the poster, then third development of the under the guideline, then evaluation rubric for the paper review and also for pitch for funding. We have two stages here. Then review process, later announcement of the finalists. That means all the final year students will have to conduct their final year project, have to participate in this program. Then we have the virtual pitch workshop. We also have workshop to help the students. And then we meet with the adjunct professor, industry panels, and AHIP's alumni. Here, the phase 8 is the main day, the climax of the event, the programs, where here they get all the constructive comments and priceless comments from the industry also at the same time. And the last one, we have this grand day. Okay, the 9th one is the grand day also. And the last one, 10th, is 99-second pitch, where we have 99-second pitch to choose best of the best. And here, if you see, we have 5 stages of the process. Stage 1 start with ideation, and where they started to have the idea based on the practical and theoretical gap. Then they submit the proposal. After that, they join the workshop. Then they also have pitch for funding and 99-second pitch. At the end of the program, they will submit their papers, and the undergraduate students will submit into the book chapter. We have 3 book chapters. And if you see, these are the 5 stages. Then just now I mentioned about the 5 stages. If you see, supervisors will come at the beginning part, then academic panel. Then here is the main part where the main event day, where academic panel, adjunct professors, industry panels, and AHIP's alumni, including undergraduate panels, will join and give them comments during the day, during the program day. And at the end, stage 5, we will submit all the finalist papers after improved to the book chapters. So at the same time, we also managed to cater few sustainable development goals, that is 8 SDGs, where include 8 industries. And this is the itinerary of the program, of the grand day of the program. And 5 adjunct professors were involved in our event, our program. And we also have industry panel, 4 industry panels. Then we have all the academic panels from 3 different programs. Then these are the total participants for the program 164. And we also have 45 finalists. Then we choose 9 winners and best of the best. And we have 45 finalists. So we have 15 for each of the program, management of technology, marketing finalists, and also accounting finalists. And we have 9, we chose 9 winners out of from the program. And this is best of the best. And of course, here we have conducted, we have conducted pre and post, okay, about the event evaluation. So many of them said after the event, they managed to learn about particularly about how to solve the real problem, because the students are undergraduate students. We cannot expect much from them. So they need all these external comments from the real industry people to give them more comments. Then of course, level of skill and knowledge regarding pitching a proposal or research also at the same time, they also learn how to pitch the research, 45%, and after it become 89, and many good comments from the students. And this is the sustainable impact on education. Of course, we get strong collaboration with all the industry partners, adjunct professors, industry partners, alumni, and also panel academia. At the same time, we also create innovative and creative AHIPS talents, our faculty students' talents, who are the future leaders for the country. And we also have published news. And these are the good comments from the even industry panel, from the adjunct professor, and also from the finalist. Okay, so this is the process. And these are some pictures during and after the programs, okay, pitching session. Of course, because of if we would have a chance to conduct face-to-face, it will be better. But of course, now we didn't have. So we conducted online, but we managed to conduct, and it was a successful program for the undergraduate students. I think that's all. Thank you very much. And I really hope that, I hope that, someone who were here can give us comments how to make the program better in future, maybe. Thank you very much.
Any of you, any questions, please, you can.
Well, I just congratulate Dr. Logais.
Yes,
Really great work. I really appreciate it's great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Anyone, any questions? Anything? I think no, so I guess we should move with the next presenter. The future of education, sustainability towards society. Jaya Kumar Raj.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Jah, and also thank you very much to Professor Mustafa. I also like to thank Dr. Logesh for guiding me to this particular this International Academician Studies Congress. So I would also like to thank her for that. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Welcome.
Yes, okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, here I'm going to explain about the future of education, and it is actually sustainability towards a society 5.0. My name is Jaya Kumar. I'm actually a DBA student from Wawasan Open University from Malaysia. So the table of contents will be my introduction, research background, the problem statement, the research objectives, the literature review, and the methodology. Now, as everybody is talking about sustainability development goals, there are many sustainability goals to be achieved. All right, we have under poverty, we have under hunger, we have good health and well-being, we have quality, we have gender equality, and many more. And my focus will be actually on the quality education. Now, my introduction here is that education has a material impact on the economy of the country that directly affects the society. The increasing use of technology has generated new business in the economy. However, all the before, it caused a high impact on the habitual citizen. These factors to create an effect on the labor market and allow to capture the attention of the political causes. Now, several years ago in the literature, a field had been raised that suggests that technological originality may later replace with machines an essential section of the work that humans currently do. As you may notice that many of these areas, machines has already replaced human, right? And even computers are also replacing human. Now, the research background here is that, as we all know, in the first beginning itself, the raw material agriculture products, we were the hunting society. And we moved on into industrial products, which is actually the agrarian society. And end of the 18th century, we were almost in the industrial society, where invention of steam locomotives start the mass production. Now, in the later half of the 20th century, right, invention of computers start the information distribution in the information society. But now in the 21st century, there's a lot of changes in the innovative knowledge and product services, which is actually the society of the society of 5.0 super smart society. The society 5.0 achieves a high degree of convergence between the cyberspace, which is actually the virtual space, and together with the physical space, the real space. And the main important thing is the Internet of Things, all right? As you can see this data here, from 2015 to 2020, although there's only about 0.4 billion of population increase, but the IoT, the Internet of Things, there is almost about 25 billion increase over the Internet of Things. So just imagine the amount of improvement or the amount of changes in the industry. Now, not only that, you may notice that technology, the digital technology has been penetrating into many areas, for example, like agriculture, into the IT departments. Not only that, even into the marketing areas, digital marketings are being practiced. Now, on top of it, the companies, the industries are also improving from industry 2.0 to 3.0, where 3.0 is actually automated production using the electronics programmable logic, the PLC, right, IT system and the robotics. And now they are actually moving into industry 4.0. We are talking about smart factory, autonomous decision-making, the cyber physical systems using machine learning and big data analysis. All right. And this is all the cloud technology and also through the IoT. Now, with this, you can also see that the World Economic Forum Education 4.0 framework, they are also concentrating on things like global citizenship skills, innovation and creativity skills, the technology skills, the interpersonal skills, the personalized and self-paced learning, accessibility and inclusive on learning, and the problem-based on collaborative learning, and also lifelong and student-driven learning. Now, this is on the Education Forum. Now, the problem statement here is, in this analysis, an essential deficiency is detected in the current education models. All right, it is actually based in many countries or certain countries, okay? And it is detected that educational freedom is nil or scarce, which has led to poor student performance, high youth and unemployment, which cause severe social problems and also the economy of the country. Now, research objective here is that to contribute to the progress of the country and develop the foundation for a better world in which no individual can be excluded. Again, I repeat here, in which no individual can be excluded from the technological advances of our current society. To achieve this goal, and the sustainable development goals have to be developed. Now here, if, for example, we have many generations, right? Generation baby boomers, generation X, Y, Z, and the millennials. And if we are not involved in this particular technological advances, today I may not be actually presenting to Professor Mustafa or even Professor Jha or even in this particular Congress. Right? Practices of education in other countries. In 2015, under the impulse of President Shinzo Abe in Japan, the government has actually, the Business Federation, all right, is actually, just a minute, yeah. All right, they launched the Society 5.0. It actually indicates the society in Japan. It's already launched Society 5.0 in 2015. It indicates a society corresponds to criterion more corresponding to Industry 4.0. Now, this one we are talking in the year 2015 in Japan, as it puts society within the scope of industry in at the center of ongoing technology revolution. The purpose is to achieve the super intelligent society. All right. And what about countries like Malaysia or countries like Mexico and so on? Where are they? All right. In Sweden, the increase in school proficiency and the definition of profit objectives in schools has increased the academic achievement scenarios, improved conditions of professors, and also what is more relevant, favors the students, especially those with a less privileged background. Okay? According to the German Economic Development Agency, today, VET, VET is actually the vocational educational training system, provides more than 300 certified training occupations, and more than 549,000 vocational contracts were signed in 2012 alone. Now, these are the successful evidence from countries such as Germany and Sweden, suggest that the desirable direction of education is decentralization. Okay, they're talking about decentralization. The transfer of the control of institutional study projects and teaching practices to professors, parents, and students. Secondly is transfer the bargaining power to private workers, their employers, and the local communities. Now, my research methodology is actually the approaches will be using deductive, begins with the theory identification and then formation of the hypothesis, and work it down towards the conclusion based on the evidence. I will be using the quantitative method chosen for this particular study. The sampling method, proportional probability sampling, but these samples I will define later. Data obtained will be used to analyze power test approach, and also sample size will be determined by proportional probability sampling. Survey will be using questionnaires chosen to gather information based on the research questions with a 5-point Likert scale and measure scales which range from 1 to 5, from strongly disagree to strongly agree. And techniques and procedure, I'll be using the SPSS 23.0 tool, data collection, data analysis using this package. To end this particular presentation, I'll just end with this quote. Education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. So with this, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, you are going to conduct research, right?
Yes, Professor Mustafa, yes.
Sorry, Professor Advesh, you did not give me voice, but sorry. I did not interrupt. I hope I did not interrupt your process.
No, it's fine. You can.
Okay,
please.
I have a question about the centralization of education. What do you think about that?
Yeah, but if you see the countries that are really progressing in the academic, actually they're talking about decentralization education. Basically, this decentralization education is they're giving the empowerment to the employees and the employers. Probably, for example, if certain industries were required, like failure mode effect analysis training, they will start to conduct their own training to make sure that they elevate in their particular areas. It is not a kind of, yes.
Sorry, the employer in most countries, the employer is the government.
The employer is government, but what about the SMEs? What about the MNCs?
No, I'm talking about education. I'm not talking about training. I'm not
yeah,
about,
education. Basically, education is government. Yes, basically is government.
So,
basically, it's government. But then currently, government. Yeah, currently government is actually using the same old method of the old method of education. There is not much induction of new technologies like IoTs and Internet of Things and all this into the education areas.
Yeah,
I think in other countries like Japan, they already input this kind of education into the system itself. For us in Malaysia, we have not really inducted this into the education system.
Yesterday, I asked a question to one of the representatives because we are using the methods of 1970s, 1960s, 1990s to teach stuff to Generation Z and Generation Alpha. They born in internet, they born in technology. The instructors, the teachers are from Generation X or baby boomers, and they are
yes.
not really good with technology either. So, and I believe he told me that we are teaching teachers how to teach, how to handle how to get along with the Generation Z and Generation Alpha, but the curriculum is still the same.
Yes, there is a big gap there, correct. Yeah, there's a big gap down there.
The saying of Mandela, the education is the most powerful weapon. Yes, it is true, but the baby boomer generation and Generation X are the one responsible of this mess in the world, the fight, the war, and everything. So the education used to educate those generations are really not good at all since they failed. In Western civilization, for example, they are civilized for themselves. They are not really civilized for other people. They are not civilized when they handle the relationship with the Africans. They are not really civilized when they handle the relationship with the Eastern countries, India or Malaysia, because for themselves, they are the most important countries in the world. If you look at their history, the colonization and everything, the slave trades, if you look at all those stuff, you will see that the civilization they are talking about is only towards themselves. And we are importing their education system to educate our kids, our own kids. We are importing their values to inject in the minds of our own kids. And what happens? Then our own kids becomes foreigners, aliens to our own cultures.
Yes.
I believe it's the same in India or in Malaysia. It's the same in Turkey.
It's the same,
they want to go to West to live because we are teaching them, we are teaching our kids that those values, their values are more important than our own values.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, Dr. Mustafa. I think you are, whatever you are citing, that is something very valuable, and this is very important, and we need to understand that also, that while we are talking about the future of education, are we really thinking in a right way? And when we say future, are we aloof of our culture? And do we really want our child to be, means, we need to understand carefully and clarify ourselves that what we want our child to be. Unless and until we clarify ourselves with that thing, I think these questions will remain the same what you are asking right now.
Exactly. And one more thing, we are really focused on academic success in primary school, in mid school, or in high school, that we are missing the real goal of those education. Education doesn't mean academic success. Education is giving the right behavioral forms to kids. to be respectful, to be productive, or to yield, or to comply with the law, to comply with the rules of the community, But we are missing that point. I see. I have been in India. I have been in Malaysia. I am living in Turkey. Even starting from the traffic, they don't deal the rules. They don't really care about anything. Everyone puts themselves in the center of the globe. I'm talking about kids. Okay, so our education system is just focused on academic success and miss the real goal.
Just not preparing them to the outside world. I will say that they are not, the children are not being really prepared to meet the outside world. They are just on the academic stage.
But even if you think about the academic stage, now the speed of technology is very high. In 2 years, everything almost changed. The technology, the things. Now,
extremely fast.
Starting from the primary school and graduating from the PhD takes 20 years. Now, if you think about the academic, what you are going to teach, so instead of teaching academics, teaching how to think, how to reason, or how to develop the feeling of responsibility towards himself or herself, his or her family, towards community, towards the nation, towards other people. That would be better, I believe. Am I wrong?
No, you are completely correct.
Correct, yes.
We are focusing more on the cognitive domain part, and with this technology also, we have restricted ourselves, not restricted, but we are in a way forcing ourselves to restrict our future generation only to the cognitive domain only. The affective domain, it is missing, and the affective domain only comes when I and you meet each other. Earlier the conferences which we used to do, so when we used to meet, we used to carry something for each other, have the lunch and dinner together, talk, laugh, smile, and share our ideas. It was something whereby we used to know, and when I come to your country or you come to this country, in a way, what we are doing is that we are presenting our culture also. Everyone would be just trying to do the maximum to impose or show his or her culture. So in a way, that was something what we call the affective domain, and the affective domain, that which leads to whatever you said right now, whether it is nationality or any rules and regulations or following. I still remember I had some foreigners. I remember that they were so culturally, adored with them, that at any point of time, whatever they used to do, they certainly cared for that culture. And that training was something like that. So in a way, we need to understand, and this comes only when we as a teacher and a student, we are together. Only technology cannot play the role. And if we are doing that thing, so I think we are sure to miss the affective domain, which deals with love, affection, care, nurturing, nourishing, these things. And if we miss this thing, I think the society, I don't know where it will go. So these are the
I think when Professor Mustafa was talking about behavioral and those kind of things, where you start from the academic itself, I think in Japan the schools do not have actually gardeners or even cleaners. The students are being educated to clean everything by themselves. So these are the kind of attitudes and behaviors that they educate in the school. I think Professor Mustafa is actually talking about this kind of areas, I guess so.
Right? Because if you teach how to take responsibility of his or her own, that person will be really responsible towards any duty or any responsibility or any job that he or she takes, undertakes. So that creates a sense of self-esteem,
self-responsibility and esteem. Yes.
And if a person doesn't have a self-esteem or self-responsibility, that person will just even if that person really achieves something, that will be temporary.
Yes, just following orders, not on their own.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Yes, yes.
I wanna, like, I wanna ask, what private sector role in your education system? Is there any, like, for you talk about decentralization, right? And do you have like a private sector, like in your country? Is it advanced, or how is it?
Yes, if you talk about private sectors, we have vocational institutes. Actually, once in education, they are also being trained into vocational, like mechanical and those kind of industrial preparation. Yes, we do have. In Malaysia, we do have those kind of private institutes preparing them for those kind of vocational jobs outside the industry itself. Yes, we do have.
Good. Here in Turkey, we have, and I think, I'm talking about, like you said, follow the rules, some rules, maybe for our country to teach freely something, maybe more social life, about social life and doing robotic systems, or will be, it will be okay, good for us, private sector. Thank you.
All right.
And I think this was something, and now we can move with the next.
Thank you, Professor Avdesh and Professor Mustafa. Thank you for your inputs, Sida.
Thank you.
We have the next one, learning at Telecenters building. Jaya from University of Malaysia.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Jaya from Sarawak. I'm a PhD student at the University of Malaysia, Sarawak. And today I'll be sharing my research with everyone. Just let me share my screen. Okay. All right, so today I'll be talking about my research learning at the telecenters, and how I'm looking at building an inclusive learning environment for our communities. Okay, so the background of the study is that all over the world, there's inequalities towards access for ICTs, especially in communities that are located in more geographically remote and rural areas. And for one of the most widely deployed solutions for this was the rollout of the telecenters by governments and NGOs worldwide. However, when you look at the evaluations of the telecenters, it's mainly focused on the user acceptance and human development, sustainability, as well as telecenter performances and the impact assessment of the telecenters themselves. However, there has been very little in the literature on the delivery of learning and training activities at the telecenter, which actually is something that's worth looking at, because one of the main operations at the telecenter is trainings and learning activities with communities. So a quick literature review showed that the learning activities designed were all done based on a Western perspective of learning, which includes like Bloom's taxonomy, the ADDIE model, as well as other generic instructional models, which was also seen in the 3 telecenters that I was looking at in Sarawak. And it was recognized that one of the limitations of existing instructional design models is that they do not fully contextualize the learning experiences, whereas the research now shows an increased investigation into arguments advocating for the provision of culturally sensitive learning environments, both online and offline, as well as a more inclusive learning environment for both the community as well as the trainers. So this is also especially relevant for Indigenous communities who often have their own learning processes and priorities, their criteria as to what constitutes learning in their own context. And although there is literature today that shows how Indigenous ways of learning are being incorporated in schools, or how they can be weaved into online instructional design within an academic sphere, there's actually quite limited research on the usage of Indigenous instructional design models in telecenters, and this is what I'm looking at. So the three objectives of my study was to actually look at what kind of instructional design models are being implemented at the telecenters in Sarawak, as well as to look at culturally inclusive instructional design and how this would be able to encourage knowledge sharing and knowledge co-creation among the members, and the merits of using an indigenized instructional design at the telecenter, and what the role of the telecenter is in supporting the learning needs of the Indigenous communities. So what I did was I used qualitative methods of investigation, and I collected data from project team members who initiated the ICT literacy training, as well as a massive open online course project, which was conducted at 2 of the telecenter sites, as well. And I got data from Indigenous communities who participated in both the earlier ICT training, as well as the subsequent MOOCs training, and also participants of a pilot test for the MOOCs, which we did outside of the telecenter to see whether the MOOCs was acceptable for other Indigenous communities as well. So I used a cultural-based model by Young framework to examine the ICT literacy training program that was initially rolled out at the telecenters before looking at how and comparing it to the MOOCs rollout in the subsequent 2 sites. And from there, it was found that when compared to the actual rollout of the program, there were certain areas that were inadequately addressed, especially in terms of using cultural specific instructional strategies, such as like when they are learning amongst themselves, community-based learning, or interaction, socialization, which is very, very important in these communities. Culturally specific assessments, where for them it's more of I teach and see whether you can follow, or it's through observation, as well as artifacts, history, and their knowledge, which is what they are more interested in, which contributes towards the knowledge preservation of their communities. So in the first phase of my study, of my research, it was found that the initial rollout at the telecenter followed the ADDIE instructional model, and not all aspects of a cultural-based model was addressed, which was something that the instructors themselves stated in hindsight that it should be something that is considered for future trainings. There was a high motivation among the community members to learn new skills because they had never been exposed to ICT before. However, there was very little intrinsic motivation to share and co-create this knowledge, which was found in the 2 sites of all the 3. And when I went into the 3rd site, it showed that they had a higher level of intrinsic motivation to share and co-create knowledge. And when I inquired further, it was because outside of the official training schedules run at the telecenters, they had actually participated in their own community type of learning. So they got together and then they shared experiences, and they taught one another based on the ways that they would usually teach and learn within their community themselves. So the interviews with the community members also revealed that they would prefer the trainings to be done in their native language, and the content should be contextualized more towards their lives. Because they said that when they were going through the ICT training, they learned how to use emails and they could start like a homepage. However, this was not something that they would be using on a daily basis. So it was not very important to them. And they wanted opportunities to practice what they learned together and to share their thoughts with one another. Whereas like during the existing rollout, it was just like a classroom setting. So they would go into class, they would learn, and then they would just leave. So, and they also wanted to make use of Indigenous ways of learning that they were accustomed to as compared to more formal ways of learning, because a lot of the community members are not formally trained in schools. So they've got quite limited literacy. So what they would prefer is how they would learn as a community or in a society. And they were more interested in training programs that were catered towards their interests and priorities, which was primarily knowledge preservation. So in the second second part of my study, which I used the indigenized instructional design, which I took based on the feedback from the community members, as well as the existing principles of the instructional design and the culturally infused instructional design, the cultural-based model. And I came up with another set of guidelines to actually look at it. And I used self-determination theory to examine if the IID could satisfy their 3 psychological needs in order to strengthen intrinsic motivation. And it was found that the intrinsic motivation was strengthened when the program took on a more community approach and there were cultural elements present, as well as the priorities of the community were addressed in the rollout of the programs. So this inevitably, it automatically increased the interest among the communities to participate. And it was also seen in amongst the respondents from the pilot study, which involved participants outside of the telecenters. And looking at it again today, what can the telecenters do in order to support this need is that it was recognized by UNESCO that the future of the telecenter is as a space which would create a greater emphasis on learning and skills development. And it will be used definitely for more than just accessing information from the internet, which is something that we can see happening today. So the telecenters must have the ability to meet with local needs and interests and be able to address issues like community involvement, as well as provide relevant seminars and courses for the community members themselves. So based on the findings of my study, it was seen that with the usage of an indigenized instructional design, there is the potential for the telecenters to take on roles as training centers for indigenous communities, as well as a place to draw them together to participate in more learning activities that is catered for the community. And it can also potentially act as a hub for knowledge preservation and documentation. And through this, community involvement can also be potentially increased and which would actually contribute towards the sustainability of training programs at the telecenters themselves, and would also increase strengthen motivation to share and co-create knowledge with one another. And that's all I have to share for today. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions or comments, I would be very, very happy to listen and learn. Thank you.
Anyone, any questions, please?
Well, the best part for me is the training should be in the native language. That's the most important thing, because especially in developing countries, we confuse that the foreign language, education of foreign language and education in foreign language. Now, those are 2 different things normally. And we are trying to educate our own people, our own kids in foreign language, in a language that neither instructor nor the kid knows very well. Okay.
Yes.
So it turns out like a blind and a deaf is trying to communicate with each other, you know. Neither one understands the other person. But the best person, the best student will get 80%, maximum 70 or 80% if it's being taught in their own native language. The same student will get less than 30% if it's being taught in foreign language. Because the language is something that, you know, it's abstract. You know, you are just trying to match the abstract words with the tangible items in your mind. Mm-hmm. Then if you are teaching in foreign language, then the person first translate that into their own language and then trying to match the tangible item with the abstract word. And then during that time misses the other points, as other words, the very key.
A lot of things are lost in translation.
Yes, lost in translation. Well, that's the most important for me. I'm going to use it. Okay. The education or training, whatever you call, should be in the native language.
Yep. That was one of the main things that they actually said to us, because a lot of the modules were actually conducted in Bahasa Malaysia, and many of them did not really understand. And when they looked at ICT literacy, it was all in English, which was a language that they did not recognize except for like, good morning, hello, thank you, please. So it was not relevant to them. It didn't resonate with them. So they did not find it useful in that sense.
Well, that's all from me, Professor Avdash.
Thank you.
What you suggested is very true and correct, that at any point of time, mother tongue or the national language, but rather than a national language, the mother tongue. The mother tongue is the best way to teach, and it adds to the feelings also. When we are teaching the foreign language, really at the initial stages, it is very, very abstract. But then when the students translate it, they add feelings to it, and then it gives a meaning, and then it becomes more sensible for them. Fine. Anyway, we shall move with the next one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we move with the next presentation. That is issues and challenges faced by the university.
Assalamu alaikum and good evening. Thank you to Professor Jah and also Professor Mustafa. My name is Muhammad Shakir bin Ramli, a lecturer at University Technology Malaysia. And my topic for this conference is about issues and challenge in spin-off. Basically, this is about research and innovation outputs, commercializations. Let me share with you my presentation. Okay. My paper is about issues and challenge faced by the academicians regarding university spin-off. And I'm going to give you introduction about the topics and also some explanation about issues and challenge, and then conclusions. A university spin-off is a company that is exploiting university intellectual property. It's a bit supposed to be in innovation, sustainability topics. Spin-off is attracting considerable attention lately because it's considered as one of the good mechanism for commercializing university research and innovation. Otherwise, many patents become obsolete after 20 years' time. And it's also happened to University Technology Malaysia because no takers or no buyers. So meaning the university has spent lots of money for patenting without generate any income or wealth creations from the patents, from the research and innovations or technology per se. So there is issues and challenge for the academic staff in commercializing, though government supports and university promotion of this mechanism, of the spin-off mechanism for the researcher to implement for the commercialization of the research output. All the supports, such as fund provided by university and also by the government, are necessary, however insufficient, because along the way, the process of spinning off so many issues and challenge. And understanding these issues and challenge are important for new ventures. Based on interviews of 5 CEO of successful spin-off company at UTM, and these are the summary findings from these interviews. Among the issues and challenge faced by the spin-off at UTM, including financial, legal and procedures, commitment, organizational, and many other issues as well. Okay, first and foremost, important issues and challenge is to find and secure capital or funds for the spin-off. In the initial stage of a spin-off, of course, government funding is essential to promote new venture through various programs, such as in UTM, there are various funding schemes, such as commercialization scheme, prototyping schemes, to encourage researcher to commercialize their research and innovation outputs. Besides government and university funding, external funding is also essential for further developments of the technology to allow the company to enter the prototyping stage and also market potential buyers, consumers, so that they can be convincing of the potential applications of particular technology. And according to all of the respondents or participants of the interview, this is the most problematic stage to get fund from externals. Most universities in Malaysia generally support the various legislation protection, including patenting, filing, all those costs as part of their intellectual property policies. However, very few of the universities can cope with technological and commercial developments fundings, meaning that insufficient fundings for prototyping and further development stages of the spin-off. Another issues related to financial is gaining investor trust. Public funding is committed to fundamental research. Very few private corporate sponsors are investing so early in the process, because due to the current high-tech market, unpredictability, lots of uncertainties, and the lack of evidence or proof of the entrepreneurial capacity of the researchers. Not many external funds are provided for the early stage of spin-off. Next, issues and challenge related to legal and procedures. The first one is spin-off requires a considerable government organization approvals. Many forms to build have to be filled up for the registration of the spin-off startup, which include business entity decisions, business license, service contract, employee issue, and many others. Among legal and procedure issue for entrepreneurs and spin-off. Addressing this type of issues early will help the entrepreneurs to start the business faster, meaning that they have to understand and get prepared with these issues and challenge before registrations of the startup. Especially with the licensing of the company. Yeah? Though improvement or amendments have been made in the university policy regarding licensing of the technology, but licensing is still a difficulty and also time consuming. And along the times, forms and procedure may change, which include tax regulations, intellectual property rights, dispute resolutions, time consuming process. And this process are considered to be complicated in most cases at UTM. Yeah, simply because the patent owned by a university and researcher or academician have to acquire licensing in order to spin off or to apply that patent, and also to market. They need different license as well. So it's not only time consuming, but also complicated. Though the researcher, they develop the technology. However, due to they are attached as lecturer of University Technology Malaysia and use lab and also facility of university, and the patenting application sponsored by UTM, by University Technology Malaysia. So the ownership belong to University Technology Malaysia. And those researcher or academician have to acquire license to be applied or to be used or for further developments in their spin-off. Another issue, considerable complex process to spin off because it's involving the establishment of separate business with the subsequent assignment of IP assets. As I did mention just now, the ownership belongs to the university, and they have to acquire a proper or an official assignment of that IP assets or project. Also, this will relate to risk management and under certain condition, raising funds which need to pull financial contributions from shareholders. And this slow process or time-consuming process, and also difficulties in spin off, mainly because of lack of significant experience, not only by the researcher or academician, but also to the ICC. There's a center in UTM for innovation and commercialization center, which manage all the process of licensing, patenting, and so on. Spin-off is considerably new mechanism for most Malaysian university. So the procedures, the policies always keep on changing or improving. And by the time which many spin-off company expect to get approval for their registrations, they have to refill or to change, because they're due to change in procedures or in the forms. Something has been, amendment has been made. Another issues, a lot of forms needed to be filled to apply for a spin-off for the startup. And this process is quite lengthy and might take some time to receive approval from the university. Also, need to do many follow-ups and attend several meetings to ensure that they are on the right track with the latest policies and procedure of the university. And also to ensure it's according to the patent office policies. Next, another issues raised up by the participant of the interview regarding commitment. Yeah? As university lecturers or academician, most researchers, they champion themselves, their research output or innovation to commercialize. In many cases, they have to struggle by themselves. Many lecturers, after some time, decide to giving up because too much work or lack of commitments. So commitments from participants, from academician in spin-off is another big issues, because at the same time they have to commit with teaching and other load as well. In certain cases, they may leave the university. Yeah, there are a few cases, a few academician, lecturer, they leave the university to focus their commitment on spin-off. Or they can also, or they may run the company in parallel with the educational responsibilities, or let the third party manage the spin-off. This is another option for the lecturer or academician to outsource the process of spinning off. However, there are cases, the progress of the firm has been slow due to the progress of the third party. In certain cases, this might end up with the spin-off losing opportunities in the market due to slow market introductions or respond by the third party. And there are also the case of the third party acquire expensive markup or margin for their service of registrations of the spin-off. Another issues
Professor,
relate to, sorry
to intervene in between. You may take 2 or 3 more minutes, but you have to complete it, because we have other people also, and the time is now, we have only half an hour. So kindly please try to complete it within 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I'm going to mention about a few organizational issues, including the allocation of operation assets and abilities between parent company and the spin-off company. So the deal team must really understand, and this issue, which normally relate to tax problem, issues related to securities law and accounting, capital structure, finance, and staffing issues, should be solved from the beginning with the parent company. Yeah. Otherwise, deal with these issues will slow down the process of spin-off, and a few other governance issues, including the structure of the spin-off company board, importance of conflict of interest mechanism, and importance of resilience takeover defenses. And other organizational issues about motivation of the employees, because it's considerable time consuming, and it's important to make sure that employees are more motivated, especially for the heavy lifting. Okay. Other challenge includes customer trust, opportunities and potential applications, ideas, skill and capabilities to commercialize, right operating model, market segmentation, and networks. Okay. As the conclusions, this research has identified several issues and challenges which relate to financial, legal, and procedures, commitment, organizational skills and tools, idea generation, and etc. Without proper management skills, stable financial support, and good social network, the creation of the new business cannot succeed. However, this list of issues and challenges do not mean the spin-off is something that impossible, because these 5 participants are among the success spin-off at UTM. With proper guidance and entrepreneurial efforts, every spin-off can be established and successful in the market. And that's the conclusion of the study. And also my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Aslan, we are not putting any questions, rather we are moving for the next one, because I guess we have very less time.
As you wish, Professor Atvesh. The next session is, I'm going to be chair of the next session, so you may take my time as well. A little bit of my time, no problem.
Wow. Okay, fine. So if such is the situation, to any questions, please, you may. And if not, so we may move with Professor F.C. Liu for leveraging social media to enhance studies.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, Prof. Ja. We meet again.
Hi, welcome. Yeah, we're meeting. Welcome,
okay, let me
welcome.
share my screen for a while. Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right. Hello. Good afternoon to one in Turkey, and then in Malaysia, good evening. So I'm Liu. I'm here going to present to you about leveraging media to increase student recruitment. So as introduction, I'm just going to share a bit of my experience during as a student recruiter. So especially during the COVID-19 in December 2019, we have problem in recruiting students, especially as in face-to-face meeting. We actually cut off a lot activities, such as when we have to go last time before the COVID, we have a lot of face-to-face, such as we have exhibitions. And then we have like all these government funded programs. But when the COVID-19 hit, it hit hard on the institutions because we no longer has all these platforms. So one of the many ways that we have to go through is that we have to go through social media. And so one of the things that we go through is we use Facebook, we use Instagrams, we use Twitters, everything, whatever we can help. Because we do not have any funding for marketing, you see. So we have to rely heavily on anything that we can get free, okay? So, okay, I'll go next. So social media has been our main target because, to be honest, our social media is actually have quite a high likes. We have a lot of followers with us. So we have an advantage over there. So my social media for my college is about 15,000, I think. And then mostly actually meant from parents. So we were helping that with this social media, we can actually, with the word of mouth, we can actually tend to spread around the students. All right. And we also know that social media were able to highly influence the students' decision in enrollment into an institution. This was actually founded by several studies. And from that, we actually gain confidence using social media. All right. So our objective of this study is to determine the information in social media that was deemed important by the students in the decision-making towards the college and study programs. And also to investigate and determine the impact of the social media in influencing the students' choice of college and study programs. Because when you use the social media, we tend to gamble a lot. So we just try and error, you see, so whatever works. So from all that, we actually did a study from all these students to actually find out what is the exactly info that you then impacted them. All right. So the methodology was being carried out was using descriptive quantitative method. And the respondent that we actually carried out was the current students, which was enrolled during the COVID-19 time, all right? So which is about 86 students. This is actually, we targeted the students. So the respondent is one of the participating members or one or more of the existing college social media. And then have an account in Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or Twitter. These are the platforms that we use. Excuse me. Now, the result in this discussion is that the influence, according to the types of social media, it consists of the degree of influences and trustworthiness of information obtained through social media and information that was deemed important in the social media. So this is actually the frequency of social media usage by the students. As you can see, 91% was actually Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and Twitter. To share, actually in Sarawak itself, we still run heavily on Facebook. Instagram is actually for the younger generations, but it's not so well received by the older generations for information gathering. Excuse me. Influences on social media towards choices of college and study programs. For 67% of the respondents uses the social media to collect information on colleges, of where to study and what to study. And 64 respondents agree that they use the social media to gather information on study programs. Actually, we find this finding quite interesting. We did not expect this, you see, because we have website and everything, but they seem to be more interested in social media. And the responses on the influences according to the types of social media is that Facebook and Instagram, which consists of 74% and 64%, they have highest influence in the respondents' decision-making towards the choice of college and study programs. The YouTube and Twitter show little or no influence in the decision-making processes. Actually, when we were talking with the students, we were actually quite interested to see that the students, they believe in what they read in Facebook and Instagram, especially when it is connected to a friend's Facebook, or someone in their circle actually like a certain post or some also, all right? So the responses on the influences and trustworthiness of information obtained through social media. Result shows high degree of social media impact towards the information pertaining the college information and study programs that were gathered by the respondents. Respondents show positive level of trustworthiness towards the obtained information. So you can see here the influences of college information through social media was actually highly received, which is amount to 64%. And also the program, so as the program information also about 63%. The trustworthiness is about 51%. But however, we take it very positively because actually they were thinking about it. So they still believe on it. So the responses on the information that were deemed important in the social media is mainly about school information, student life. Okay.
In Malaysia, in India.
Hello. Okay. The rest were deemed unimportant in assistant response decision making towards the choice of college and study program. Okay. So this is an examples of posts that we actually posted. There's a lot more, but like I said, this is just a few samples. And this is another few samples on the post. All right. And this is the events that we used in Facebook, right? So the conclusion of this study is that the result in this study shows that the Facebook and Instagram were most favored by the current students. And the high usage of Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube also indicates that the students enjoy and keen to know the latest information that are currently trending in the social media. This study also proves that the social media has high impact in the students' recruitment. The variety of news and information posted in the social media plays a major role. The media type, and posting frequency are factors that contribute to engagement. This we find very true because after this study, we actually concentrate on of posting every Saturday, every Friday night, and early in the morning to get the first post. So that really helps actually to promote our college. Again, the result of the study also show a high level of influence and trust towards the college information provided by the college. The finding also indicated that the students find the school information and student life to be most important in their search of information. This shows that promotion on social media has positive impact in attracting new students and has the ability to increase the popularity further through education and informative news in the social media. Hence, the higher education institutions should maximize the usage of social media into the marketing strategies to increase the students' enrollment through well-devised posts of news and information. All right, thank you. That's a very, just a brief sharing from me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Presentation.
Or there's any question or input?
Professor. Anyone? Any question?
I have one question. Nowadays, people are living two different separate lives. One is the life that they show in social media, and the other one is the life they are actually living. Now, recruitment based on social media may lead some kind of confusion, I believe, right?
What kind of confusion is this?
Now, people are showing the way they want to be perceived in social media.
Oh, I see. I think I get what you mean. I think that is one of the many reasons, or that's a good input. I should have think of that. Because of the trustworthiness. Maybe because of that, it's not so high. It's only consists about 51% earlier on as I presented. Maybe because of that. But honestly, I would be very honest. Yes, of course, we always present the pretty part of our part, right? The beautiful part of our college. So yes, but however, when they come over everything, but I'm quite surprised because after this study, we actually did a revamp on the information according to what they need, and there's an increase of intakes even through the social media. But I understand your meaning that maybe because of that, the trustworthiness is not that high. I will look into that area. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we may move with the next presentation.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Causes of informal economy in Albania by Arjita Helenovi from Albania.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Yes. Hello.
Yeah, hi, welcome.
So the participants, I am Helenovi from and speak for important in Albania, and this topic of informal economy accompanying in corruption, bribery, and other distortion that accompany this destructive economic and social phenomenon that is almost daily topics in the media, not also in Albania, but also in the other countries of the region, and not in the developing countries, just Albania, but also in other countries like European Union. It is worth noting the paradox that consists in the fact that the more it is debated about this phenomenon in questions, not only does not weaken and eliminate, but on the contrary gains even greater intensity. In recent years, of course, researchers have shown interest in studying the informal economy in many countries. So this has come about as a result of the causes and implications of policies related to the informal economy. In fact, in the informal economy, it is difficult to measure. As in nature, it is an hidden economy. The results show that the unemployment rate has a negative effect on the informal economy in Albania, and this shows that the effect of unemployment is greater than its replacement effect. In this study, the causes, factors, and consequences of the informal economy are analyzed as the first analyzed, and it is shown that the informal economy has an impact on the distortion of the country's national statistics, and after the analyzing the tax system, informal employment and the informal economy over the years, I have tried to make some reduce the distorting impact of this kind of the economy, of this hidden economy in the entire economy of the country. So social, political, and institutional factors play a major role in the economic development of the country and the economic growth in developing countries, but also in the developing one. Of course, the reasons that have influenced the development and growth of the informal economy in Albania are, but I can mention the ineffective government policies in poverty reduction, high taxes, their complicated system, the administrative abuses, widespread acceptance by the illegal labor society and informal economy, low probability of recording and punishing illegal work, lack of competencies and trust in official institutions, and certainly in investments and so on. So detailed and reliable assessment of the size of the informal economy is a rather challenging exercise, just like in every country. So the informal economy appears in both industrialized countries and those with developing economies. So the main effects of the informal economy are based in fourth element that I mentioned. First of all, monetary indicators. So informal activities tend to be carried out in cash, increasing the demand for currency in circulation. Second, the labor market participation. So as a number of employees in the informal sectors increases, the rate of employees in the formal sector tend to decreases. In the formal sector, there are informal wage practices that are very common in our country. So undeclared wages exist in all countries of the region also, and are mainly made in form of so-called wages in envelopes, where employees formally pay, so declare the employees with the minimum wage that a country has, and which is then compensated with an additional pay, additional wage in cash, which is not declared. And this practice, of course, has a significant impact on the public finances and reduction of the contribution of social security and taxes. Other impact is that by avoiding income taxes, they lose social security benefits in the future. The third element is the official statistics. So reliability decreases with the growth of informal economy. And the fourth element is the economic growth. So there are two opposing trends for the effect of the informal economy on economic growth. The first is that the decline of the informal economy affects economic growth from tax collection. And the second, the informal economy is more competitive and efficient compared to the formal sector. In this way, boosting the economic growth. Of course, the high level of informality in economy leads to tax increases to meet the public spending needs, and the main factors that influence the growth and strengthening of the informal economy are, of course, the mass closure of jobs in the transition period. We are in a long transitions from 1990 to nowadays. So also large demographic shifts towards plain areas, mainly Albania, and high politicization of the state administration, and also the impact of different interventions in economic decision making, or living space for informality in the economy by drafting new and constantly improving of legislation. Informal economy or fiscal evasion is one of the biggest challenges that a country, so in Albania, we have in this moment, and the degree of informality, according to estimated statistics, is 30 to 35% of the gross domestic products. Also, it's in a high level by the statistics in different countries in the European Union, from 10 to 18%, which is statistically small, considering with countries, developing countries as Albania. But of course, we can say that this informal economy is evident in everywhere. It's not possible to have measures and to have a zero informal economy also in developing, also in countries of European Union. So it is important to mention and by the analyze and also the literature review that I have from different studies in countries of the region, to make some points that can reduce the weight of informality. So first, I can say that to identify the degree and reasons for the use of cash in our country is very important. So the impact of its use as a means of payment in the informal economy, and also it is necessary to present the development of a payment system as a means to reduce the use of cash in the economy. Second, the strength of the fiscal discipline, full implementation of the law for all the economic activities. Then it is very important the reduction of administrative barriers and fiscal burden about different services and activities that are more exposed. Then it is important to have constantly real study and verification, photographing the situation regarding the construction of the tourist area, with the priority given to the development of tourism this 5 years, and of course unlock formalized investments operating in the private sector. Also, I can mention the need of reduction of legalization fee for informal buildings, so this can encourage business registration and increasing of tax collection. So enterprises in the informal economy face numerous barriers, such as infrastructure and also institutional issue. But I think that the main objective of the state is to minimize undeclared work that will be achieved through several directions. So strengthen the partnership relations with other actors of the labor market, with the social social one. Also with institutional development and improvement of the labor inspection service, and also by creating a unique and modern system of work services at the region level through the improvement and development also of the working method at the regional level, and also increase the managerial capacities of the staff and the ability of the employees that work in the public institutions. Of course, the realization of these competencies is necessary to be realized and finished by improving the legal framework and management methods, by increasing the degree of professionalism, by organization of national activities as well as state policies to promote employment, and also consolidation of control bodies and cooperation with social partners in other countries. So when we speak about informality, we have two different parts and two different views, old and new views about this phenomenon. So the informal economy contributes to the creation of a large inequality in the market economy, uncertainty and unfair competitions throughout activities, institutions or stakeholders. And this type of economy causes budget losses, but also a lack of information about the number of employees. So the fight against this phenomenon be a priority and a basic condition for economic development, and also to pass this long transition in which we are. If we compare it with other countries of the region that passed also this difficult period of transition from 19 and then. So the fight against informality is an important precondition for a country that aims to increase the efficiency and competitiveness of its economy, improve the investment climate, ensure the implementation of balanced tax policies, also ensure the sustainable economic growth in the long run, and fulfill the obligations arising from the framework of the agreement with the European Union. Because as not to take more time from my study, I have in the end some conclusions, some recommendations that I gained during this paper. Of course, it is regarding the reduction of informality. It should be understood in the first place what this phenomenon is and why it is caused, and if there is a possibility in preventing this phenomenon. So not only measures that concern informality should be taken, but also preventive measures. Of course, the informal economy is complex phenomenon present in every period. So this phenomenon is presented in almost every state sector or private business in every country, and not only, of course, in Albania, and it is found everywhere, regardless the stage of economic development of a country. So it is not enough just to preventive measures of the government to reduce the degree of informality, but it should be emphasizes also the awareness of every individual to work with dignity and effectivity. effectiveness, that of course it will never be possible to reduce 100% it as enough for its level to be minimal, and not to increase further. The degree of impact of cash on Albanians' economic informality is very large. So the main of reducing the use of cash as a means of payment is the development of payment system, and also the need to use electronic system payment in every public institutions, like we have the same use in private activities, just in commercial banks. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarojita. Dr. Aslam, we have one more participant, Dr. Hakima Ye. He wants to present. May I take his, give him 5 minutes? Yes. Is it fine?
Fine. Okay, it's okay. Let me share screen first, okay?
Prof, you're muted, Prof. Prof, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Let me repeat my question. You said that low tax countries tend to have a low level of informal economy. Do you think that if we lower the tax, the share of informal economy will decrease in any given economy? Because in developed countries like in Germany, in the United States, or in the United Kingdom, the tax ratio is really high normally, but their informal economy level is very low. Doesn't it contradict with your findings?
Of course, I say that based on in the statistics that we have in the National Institution of Statistics, that is INSTAT, and can you hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you.
This conclusion is based on some results that we have in different studies, and also based on the statistics of the national institutions. So for that, I think that there is a good topic to be treating after and after, and to have a compare with other countries in the region. I think there are to be Germany or other countries with the economy that have nowadays.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Hakima, you may continue now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. So I'm Hakima from UTM. So my topic today is protection of hirer against defective asset in hire purchase agreement under Hire Purchase Act 1967. Hire purchase is one of the most popular methods of financing provided by Islamic banking in Malaysia, especially for vehicle financing. And usually the main law governing hire purchase transaction is the Hire Purchase Act 1967. So this is the meaning of hire purchase. So basically hire purchase is letting of goods with an option to purchase at the end of leasing period when the hirer fulfill his payment and obligation. One of the main issue is in the protection of hirer against defective asset when they hire an asset in hire purchase agreement. This is due to the existence of complex and sophisticated goods that hirer as a financial consumer unable to investigate or to examine goods. So the issue, the question here is to what extent the law, the act, that is the Hire Purchase Act, may protect the hirer against defective asset under hire purchase agreement. So this study intends to examine the extent to which the act may protect the hirer against defective asset. So this study employed a qualitative method of study by analyzing the act and decided cases related to hirers, protection of hirers against defective asset. So the findings of the study, the findings show that the act provide implied condition as to merchantable quality. So therefore, goods or asset hired by hirer must be of merchantable quality. Okay. Otherwise, the hirer shall have right to terminate the contract. So the act give right to hirer to terminate the contract if the good is not of merchantable quality. So this has been decided in this case, Hong Leong Lee Sing Senior Berhad against Tam Kin Cheong. So in this case, the finance company that is the owner had breach of condition as to merchantable quality due to failure to provide goods with safe and roadworthy. So there is no merchantable quality. So the hirer has right to terminate the contract. This provision is very important to protect hirer against defective assets. Okay. However, the provision on merchantable quality does not define the meaning of law. So due to the absence of definition on the meaning of merchantable quality, so the criteria is determined by decided cases. So for example, in this case, in Lau Hitia, it was decided that a particular goods or asset will be considered as unmerchantable only if the defect is sufficiently serious that render it could not be used at all. So otherwise, the good still merchantable, regarded as merchantable quality. So the definition is based on case law because the act itself does not define the meaning of merchantable quality. So the absence of definition would put lower standard in determining the quality, to what extent a product, to what extent the quality that must have in a product to make it merchantable. So it would put lower standard in determining the implied condition of merchantable quality. So it prevents the hirer from relying on the implied condition of merchantable quality if the good is not sufficiently serious. So it put lower standard in determining merchantable quality. And one more thing is the act does not stipulate alternative remedy. So if the good is not sufficiently serious, there is no other alternative to the hirer. So there is no alternative remedy. So if he cannot terminate the contract, there is no other alternative. Okay. Other than that, the Hire Purchase Act, okay, even though it provides the condition of merchantable quality, but there are two exceptions to this provision. Okay, number one is the condition as to merchantable quality will not be applicable if the hirer has already examined the goods. Okay, and the examination will have disclosed the defect. If he unable to find the defect, later on, he cannot rely on the provision of merchantable quality. And number two, the second exception is if the goods involve second-hand goods. So the condition for merchantable quality will not be applicable for second-hand goods. So these are two exceptions for merchantable quality provision. So the effect of this exception clause or exemption clauses is the hirer, if he unable to discover defects in the goods before he signed the agreement, he shall not afterward rely on the condition of merchantable quality. So meaning if he just find defect after that, okay, he examine the goods, he unable to find a defect, okay, so later on he will be prohibited, he will be prevented from relying on condition of merchantable quality. So the hirer has duty to investigate carefully, to rely or to exercise his right. The effect of exception number 2 is the hirer of a second-hand goods, okay, who later found defect may not take action if he found defect in goods that he hired from owner. So these are the effect of the exemption clause. So in conclusion, the Act, okay, it provides implied condition of merchantable quality, and this may protect hirer against defective asset. Okay, however, this right is not absolute and is subject to exception clause. And the hirer shall lose his right to take action if it falls under the 2 exceptions. So the owner, on the other hand, may avoid himself from civil liability and from liability for defective asset by relying on the exemption section. So it put disadvantage to the hirer. So this study recommends that an amendment needs to be made to the law to define the meaning of merchantable quality, to put clear criteria, what is the meaning of merchantable quality, and also to provide other alternative remedies such as repairs if the defect is not sufficiently serious but has the effect of decreasing the usage or benefit of the asset. And the provision on the merchantable quality also need to be extended to second-hand goods for a limited period of time, such as for 1 year, with certain terms and conditions to be made applicable. So it hoped that law may protect the hirer from defective asset. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hakima.
You're welcome.
Overall, during this session, about 8 papers were presented, and of that 7 were from Malaysia, 1 from Albania. We are talking about sustainability in education, and we had the papers by Diana Lee, who came up with a good model which talked about the augmented reality. Dr. Logeshwari, she talked about the pitch for funding, which is again the need of the time for sustainability, it is must. Jay Kumar Raj, he talked about the future of the education. Jaya Lakshmi, she talked about learning at telecenters. She came up with 2 good models, culture-based model and the indigenized instruction design. Mohammad Shakir, he talked about the issues and challenges faced by the university, and he talked about the university spin-off, which included exploiting the university intellectual property. It was something which is need of the time, and when we talk especially for sustainability, absolutely, she came up with the idea of leveraging social media. These days, most of the universities, they are keeping a track on the social media and they are trying to attract the potential prospects. So again, this is also something which is required for sustainability. Each of us, we have to, if we need to move ahead, we have to think in that direction also. Arjita Halenovoi, she talked about the causes of informal economy. She also presented her view, but anyway, we can certainly in education also, we have the informal economy. When she talked of the informal economy, it was, she talked in a different way, in a special way related to business, but even education today being an industry, that is a part, and that also has a ways to generate this informal economy. So again, we have to think of, and any society, if it wants to progress and think of the sustainability of the education, it has to think of and focus upon this also. Dr. Hakima, she presented the idea of protection of hirer against defective asset. Overall, if we see each of the presentations, they're good enough. Of course, nothing is complete, and we cannot say that anything is complete on itself. So there are plus and minus, pros and cons. But then again, when we talk of sustainability, and especially when the thrust area is education, and when we are focusing upon education, we need to think upon economy, we need to think upon society, we need to think upon the educational environment, what we are providing. It is very, very important that we think upon these things. If we are doing this thing, then then only we can think of the sustainability. When I say society, of course, it will include the trends, the three then trends of the society, and it includes the technology. Again, technology has its own pros and cons. I don't say that technology is good or bad, but of course, when on one side, when technology today and with this internet, in the research also, we see that the researchers, they take Google as the best support, and just seeking help from them, seeking help from the Google, they get all the things. And most of the people, they don't understand the issues of plagiarism and these things. Okay, so whereas Google promotes technology, technology promotes this copy paste simultaneously. There is some good point also that technology adds to the new knowledge. As we are looking into something, we find the new knowledges also. So it is not that we can avoid anything. We can't avoid technology. We have to take it side by side, but we also need to think of that education needs to improve and add to the thinking skills. While we are using the technology, we have to ensure that in this world of technology, we do not forget our own thinking skills and the capability to think. Unless and until we do so, and unless and until we take care of that thing, I think the question of sustainability will remain undermined. So with this, I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Aslan and the Academic Studies Congress for having invited me as a chair of this session. I thank all the participants for being a part of this session and presenting the paper nicely. I congratulate each of them for doing their best and putting their efforts. No doubt, we have not been able to give you due time for the questioning. I'm sorry for that thing, but I'm very sure that sharing the ideas also focuses on the enthusiastic researchers with the people at any point of time. With this, again, I thank all of you. Thank you so much.
We thank you, Professor Advesh. Thank you very much. Now we are going to start another session. If you
please,
with your permission.
Please.
Okay, because we are really short on time.
Yeah.
Okay, we are continuous sustainability in education. This is the second session on sustainability in education, and the first presenter is the title of the first presentation is Impact of Online Education in Indian Education System. Anjali Dave.
Anjali Dave. I guess she has not. I guess she has not entered now.
Yes, no, she's over here.
Yes,
she's here. Dr. Anjali Dave.
Yes, I have not prepared a presentation, but I would be discussing my points regarding the paper which I have prepared.
Okay, in that case, will you be able to turn your camera on?
Yes, just 1 minute.
Doctor.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
Thank you.
Okay, my paper is a study paper on impact of online education in the Indian education system. So before that, I would just wanted to introduce that what is online learning. Online learning is a combination of learning services and technology in order to provide information and other things. So the process of imparting education has gone through a sea change. If you look at a picture of around 10 to 20 years before now. technology has taken almost every field of our lives, and the onset of online courses has come as a heartbreaker for us. Right now, all we need is a good internet connection and a computer. So online learning is like learning utilizing the electronic technologies to access educational curriculum.
Dr. Dave,
yes.
Dr. Dave, will you please close the window behind you because the noise coming from outside?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, sure.
Very loud noise coming, and it's really hard to understand your speech.
Yes, yes, sure. Am I audible now?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's clear, right?
Okay. So, right to education is the primary right of every citizen of India. So, according to this, we just wanted to say that learning through online is not accessible to all the areas. Still, it has covered almost, we can say, at least 30 to 40% of the population due to the current situation. The objective of my study was to understand the concept of online education, then to study the current state and the future of online education in India. How is it changing the education system, and the challenges faced, as well as the future of digital learning in India. This method was obviously a study paper, so it was conceptual and exploratory. The secondary data was collected through books, periodicals, and through journals, and published material related to digital learning for the study. So the growth of digital learning, the main reasons behind this were that with nearly 1 billion people on mobile phones and over 200 million mobiles connected to the internet, there has been a considerable rise in digital learning. So the best use of in-class content, real-time learning, and feedback methods, personalized instructions, they have all encouraged the online learning process. People are stepping towards the digital learning as nowadays these edutech firms are providing them the comfort of live and interactive learning from anywhere in a digital format through its online programs. These online courses are now getting more and more affordable, and they are easily accessible. Then the digital learning, it aims to break the various barriers which are preventing people from receiving the quality education in the physically bound classrooms. So how is it changing the education system? Nowadays, there are free online courses. So it has opened up avenues for both education providers as well as the students. People are becoming more comfortable and confident to take up these courses. And whenever they are seeing the results, they do not hesitate to even join some other more courses. There has been explosion in live and interactive digital learning. It is empowering the learners to receive far excellent education or even project-based learning. It will give a more interactive platform for learning and assessment. So it will give us an opportunity to plan future course, fast-track the careers. The edutech firms they are imparting comprehensive and specialized knowledge. It will enable children and adults to learn with a purpose and instill sense of belief in them. So these offerings are changing the way the Indian education system is learning, and it is giving students an edge in learning along with an opportunity to progress in whatever field. So the next, how it is changing is that it has increased the applicability power. The new technology in the educational context is becoming more positive. as new technologies have given us opportunity to enhance the knowledge, skills, and enhance the standard of education through constructive learning environment. The audiovisual aids and interactive and educational simulations are there through the web-based learning only, which will help us to understand the concepts and theories better. The students are gaining knowledge from the subjects, masters of the subjects from world-class institutes, which is something which I think always we have desired. We are also benefiting from learning from eminent corporate leaders, even business academicians, as well as industry people. These experts share their valuable insights on the relevant and practical prospects and the aspects of the corporate world, which may enable the students to gain a much more comprehensive aspect of knowledge. The next impact would be the social media is turning as a learning tool also nowadays. So it is used to enhance the experience. It is making the people more engaging, and it is becoming more and more culturally diverse. Students are able to critique, share feedback on each other's assignments, or even work in collaboration, that is group learning, to create content and that can be easily accessed at a time by many students. It also gives opportunity to ask questions in real time as well as at their own pace and have multiple responses on whatever based on their pace. It helps to make students aware of the current happenings, concerns, and their social activities. Also, they are having knowledge of prospective employment based on their current studies which are going on. So the relationship between classroom-based learning and social media is becoming much more stronger. But a drawback in this I would like to point out is it is not so useful for the people of rural areas where the digital exploration has not been yet done. So direct-to-device technology will empower the students to get quality education at any time. It will also enable to save time by having freedom to work at own pace. It will save the money and avoid the hidden cost of education system. By not having a certain class at a certain time, it will assist working students to not limit their work schedule. It will help them to not lose on wages that they can potentially earn. With the flexibility of these courses, students can conserve more hours and more money, enable them to learn with purpose and instill a sense of belief, self-belief in them. So the current state of e-learning right now is that the e-learning market in India is estimated to be around $3 billion. The central government is putting effort to make digital learning available to the students in whatever corner possible of the country, or is helping them to aid the sector. Currently, online training in India also focuses not only on school and college based, but also on the professional, mid-level professional courses. For example, Bengaluru based entrance exam, it provides practice papers for all engineering courses, even medical entrance exams in India. This company, it aims to help the students focus on right subjects and contents rather than swim blindly in an ocean of study materials available. Also focusing on convenience-based training because online capability enables students to get access anytime. So according to these studies, India and China is leading the growth right now, generating almost about 4 million and 8 million roles respectively. Also, the business looks to grow from now on. Another reason why online training is gaining momentum here is because there is a need for reskilling. Again, skill or update your skills which you already have. Now these professionals,
yes, Doctor, you have only a couple of minutes I will appreciate if you just wrap it up. You have 2 or 3 more minutes maximum.
Okay, fine. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. So let us jump just to the future of digital learning. This Digital India program's vision is to transform India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. So technology-led reach and easy access is bringing about a little bit difference in the social economic difference in the lives of Indian learners. Then there are certain challenges definitely. So there's lack of infrastructure and hardware facilities which hamper reliability of online learning. Also, as we talked in the rural India or in the rural areas, it has not been reached yet. They have not yet been able to procure or even explore that part. Sometimes computer-based courses are there, but the skills are lacking in the professionals. So skills need to be taught to the students, to the teachers in the primary schools or even in colleges and higher education. Increasing the knowledge about ICT will become primary concern, even if you have the facilities. Then also finding some willing, skilled manpower to train these people in the illiterate rural areas is also one challenge. So this is the paper I have discussed, the impact, how social media is becoming a learning tool, the current state of e-learning, and also the challenges faced.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dave. I will take questions at the end of the session, so if you have any questions, please write it down. The second paper is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on school education. Manish Gupta.
Yes. Good afternoon to respected sir and every participant that participated in this today's event. Let me just, my name is Manish Gupta from Gujarat, India. Let me just share you first the slide screen that I prepared for today's topic. So it will be clear easily to what the work I had done on that particular thing. Is it visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so my topic is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on school education. That I prepared something related only to the school education. That how it will be effect on the education process, the teaching learning process of school educations. First, we start with the introduction column. That for reducing spread of COVID-19, Government of India announced a lockdown in the month of March 2020, while the school education system shifting offline to online format. There are some factors we have to notice at that times. That by the online education, because of the Oh, I think someone is not muted in the live sessions. Wow. Am I audible properly? Excuse me, I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Okay, so for reducing COVID-19, Government India announced the lockdown period. But at that time, so we have to continue with our education by online mode. And for online mode, we have to observe that some noticeable thing related to education, that the quality of learning, that to student-teacher situations, although condition of parents and availability of infrastructure and tool for digitalized learning in the school level, the possibility of online learning, and if we follow the system of virtual learning or remote learning, what would be the effect? Is there some are positive effects, some are negative effects? So for that that questions, I just want to find the answer of those questions, and for that I do some research works, and for that I concerned with the parents, students, some schools, and with some expert also related to education field, and especially those people which are very affected by that online mode of educations, those who are parents of students. So from with discuss with them, I find something that in the next slide I will discuss that. The objective of my study, that why I do this study and what I want to find out, to find the impact of COVID-19 on school education, that is common as my title prepared on that, to find the effectiveness of remote and online virtual learning phase, to find the views of parents, teacher, and students for technological based teaching learning process, that what exactly they think about technological based learning, what type of problems they face by that digitalized way of learning process in the COVID-19 pandemic suffering. The methodology what I use here for a complete and conclude the study is the study used the qualitative research design, that the mostly this is a theoretical base of study I did here. No quantitative data I find related that topic, to find the proper impact of COVID-19 pandemic on school education. A descriptive phenomenological approach would be used by researcher. It's my being. Researcher collect the data from teachers, parents, and students, and by oral interview and by expert of educational field related people. Those are professors and assistant professors from institutions, educational institutions. For ethical work, researchers also reviewed the previous year of research, previously researched whatever the done in related to these topics, and conclude the result. The main area to be discussed, discussion with parents, with students, and with the expert that I want to discuss is that disadvantaged children and families. It means that those students who are not able to connect with the digital way, by the digital way to learn learning process. For teaching learning process, we need some facility for online learning. But what about those families? They are not afford expensive related to online learning by like purchasing mobile, by purchasing laptop or any other digitalized tools they want for the teaching learning process. So what about they feel, and how they suffering by this pandemic situations for online learning? Casing interpreted in a learning, that normal learning, school learning, when we did in a offline learning, the lots of facility we already get from the school management. But when we are on online learning, that some interpreted are faced, that somewhere we are not have a proper home or proper place from where we will connect with our teachers or with our school management, that how to is confused. Some other points also comprise the nutrition. For totally we are involved on the online learning, the whatever the time we spend with digitalized tools, is it effect, is it possible, is it good for a health also to connect for a whole day with a laptop and through mobile phone? Childcare problems, other also. Sufficient economics gone to families who could not have a job. Those people who are not have a job in that COVID pandemic situations, how they can afford the online learning, and what they can do for those her child for a learning process, for educational continuity. Learning would be remote and online. This point is on a positive way, that learning we are doing for a remote way, online learning, but somewhere online learning we find some difficulties also, some network connections that we have to recharge our balance also for continue our learning. Those are the area I have to discuss with parents and students, and I discuss this, and by discussion I conclude the result also. some area I discuss on the positive way, that effect of technology on teaching learning process, that whatever the effect happen by the online learning, teachers are developed, skill developed. But sometimes from offline learning, teacher don't know their creativity. Teachers are not aware that what we have what are the knowledge we have for teaching learning process. So for technological knowledge, by technological knowledge, they realize that we know that concept also to continue learning process. Reduce the distance among school management, parents and students. Somewhere on online learning, I discuss with the teachers that they connect with the management also by online mode, with the parents also and students also, that parents are aware that the whatever the teaching process was happen, and what teacher teach to his or her child, is that a proper way or proper pronunciation or proper the method they use for our child, and what the quality of teaching learning process of those particular schools. So by the online mode, they really get the information at their home, that what is the level of teaching learning process of the school where our child was getting study. Opportunity to use technology in school educations. Skill developments of teacher. Challenges emerging from pandemic, that some challenges also faced by the teacher and parents, that how to make materials and how to provide the test for assessment, for evaluations. Those are the challenges I have to discuss with the parents and teachers, with the students also. Indicating by the government to deliver school educations. What the government provide the facilities for online learning or for digitalized learning in this COVID situations. What government help us in these situations for a teaching learning process, for improvement of our learners, school students. So by this discussion, the result which I found that teachers, participants in the teaching process stated that they don't have any previous knowledge or experience for online learning. Many participants and researchers review also stated that they suffered and face difficulty to communicate, related getting information from school, related provide the information to parents, and those are the problems they face on online learning in COVID situations. Some teachers stated that they pose an official mail ID, and by that mail ID or by other related matters, they provide a learning by online. They also stated that daily connected with the parents thought this online learning process and inform parents about the progress of students. So this is the best way to explain to parents also that how his or her student result is or progress is related to academic work. Some online meeting also arranged with parents for improvement of learner. Many of teachers have attended technology-based teacher training program or developed their skill also for continue online teaching. And by this way, the teacher improve our skill for online teaching and add some more skill also, technique also for teaching learning process, what we are not getting from offline mode also. To continue the result, while for the assessment process, different alternative method had been used by the teacher. For assessment, they prepared some Google form, Google test, and from meanwhile, teachers' ongoing challenges for a remote online learning school learning process would be large number of students and communicate with them for the assessment process. Mainly, they are focused on the homework work, that they provide the homework and assets what the students are done in the related to subject or curriculums. Teachers participate and stated in the oral interview that they use a certain method and techniques for implementation of lesson plan. For the lesson plan preparations, they change the method and techniques by providing the education online mode, especially when the learner should be on online mode. Teachers have to think something other way, something new way to connect continue the interest. Interest is a psychological word that how a student will connect with the online mode of education process. So for that purpose, some teachers stated that they think about the new way to teach on online mode in the comparison of offline mode. The conclusion I find after this study is the finding of the study is that home isolations and online teaching convert the teaching learning process into new technological based learning process in India. That in India, by this online learning mode, the new way is open for completing the teaching learning process in the school level. The study find that the teacher use a variety of alternative to conduct remote and online learning that we already discussed in the result also. For Google Meet and Zoom meeting, by that through they develop the skill also. However, on the other positive sides also of online learning or technological based learning would be the improvement and development of teacher. Teacher would be able to understand their own creativity and the inner professional skill related to teaching process. The implementation of remote and virtual online learning has been confirmed the good side of during the technological based learning. Keep the student engaged and busy in the learning work. And somewhere students are distracted the phobia or the fear about the COVID-19 pandemic and they continue learning by online mode in the COVID situation. The finding also stated that the most of the student, teacher, parents have no issue with the online learning and they have no problem to use technological tools for school learning work like a smartphone, computer, laptop, which maybe can negative influence their daily life. See, normally we are discussing that don't use the smartphone for children education and all that, but somewhere it is helpful in the COVID situation that they completed normal learning process by these equipments. Similar to the previous year done research on these topics, here researchers also find and notice that the teacher within the schools have used pedagogical approach through which they have encouraged the active participants of the student in a learning in the online mode. So that as the finding I find with discuss with the parents, teachers, and students and expert of related to education field. Thank you, sir. That is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Manish. Thank you very much for the presentation. As I said, the question will be, we will have the question answer at the end of the session. Okay, so the third presentation is importance of values in education for the development of holistic personality. Nirali Soni. Okay, Manish, will you be able to end your screen sharing? At the top, there's a red button in the middle.
Yes, sir. Just give me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Soni.
Yes, very good evening to everyone. And here I like to start my presentation as I'm going to share a screen. So just let me know it is visible or not.
Not yet. It's not visible yet.
Okay. Is it visible for everyone?
No, not yet. There's a green button, right, at the bottom of the screen. It says share screen.
Yes, sir. I'm doing the same thing.
Okay. and there will be a pop-up window.
Okay, no problem. One thing I can do is that I just wanted to tell you about the topic of my paper, and that is importance of values in education for the development of holistic personality. So the thing is that...
Doctor, we haven't seen your presentation yet. You haven't shared your screen yet.
Okay. Sorry for this inconvenience.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, so I just go with this only.
Okay,
yes.
will you be able to send the share the your presentation over the chat, so I will be able to share on your behalf. I will share screen on your behalf. Okay, you just started.
Now, visible, yes, sir?
Yes, it's visible. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Sorry for that inconvenience, sir, but I'd like to start it again. As I have mentioned that the importance of value education in holistic personality. So first of all, what is a value? That we can see that learning about self and wisdom of life in self-exploratory, systematic and scientific way through formal education. As we all knew that informally each and every living being learns something through the observation of their parents and other surroundings. But to create a balanced society, it is very essential for teachers and parents to give the education about values formally. So the thing is that how to inculcate these values within them. Here I have included the context of Patanjali. Somewhere I will definitely use some Sanskrit words, but for that I will try to translate them in English. Now, who was Patanjali? That he was a man who introduced a Yoga Sutra in an ancient India. And certainly nobody knows about his exact existence, but the work he did and the things which he gave to the India and to the entire globe are important. Now, what is this Ashtanga Yoga? Ashta means 8. That 8 types of yogas that person should inculcate in his or her life to develop a holistic personality. Holistic means an overall personality, which starts from internal to external. So the very first yoga is Yama. Yama is for external discipline. That are the ethical rules for a person to, when anyone enters in the society, he or she always tries to maintain and to balance the society. And for that, he tries to follow the moral imperatives. In Yamas, there are 5 moral imperatives. The very first one is Ahimsa, which is known as a truthfulness. The second one is Satya. Ahimsa, that means non-violence. The second one is Satya, that means truthfulness. The third one is Asteya, that means non-stealing. The fourth one is Aparigraha. Aparigraha means a non-possessiveness. And the fifth one is Brahmacharya, that is to control your senses and to behave very decently in a society. So this Yamas is for the external discipline, that how a person should behave with the society and how he or she can survive with a decent way. The second one is Niyama. That Niyama is for internal discipline as well. And there are some virtual habits for this, that how to maintain our own discipline. There are also some imperatives for this niyamas as well. The very first one is Shaucha. Shaucha normally in general our own life, speech and speech. But when it comes to the mind, plenty of things running around in our mind, and we are not very aware about our mind situation, right? So here in niyama, the first imperative is a Shaucha. The second one is santosha. Santosha means the contentment, that whatever you have, be content over it. No need to run for the materialistic things. The third one is tapas. The meaning of this tapas is perseverance. Whatever a person does in his or her life, he has to do it with 100% dedication. Then and then only he can get something in his life, right? So this is an essential thing, I would say. Then the next one is swadhyaya. Swadhyaya means introspection of self's thoughts, speech, and actions. Normally people are used to observe others, and even they judge others, but when it comes to our own self, it is very important to introspect our own self, that what we think throughout the day, or what we speak in front of anyone, or even our actions also matters a lot. So the next one is Ishwar Pranidhan. Ishwar Pranidhan, the meaning of this word is that contemplation of God. Somewhere we have always learned from our childhood that God, the Almighty, who decides everything. But I think that He is the only reflection of our own self. Once we sit in front of our Almighty, we can see our own self. In Gita also it is written that Atma is a Paramatma. That Atma means a soul, and Paramatma means it is a God. That each and every living being has a soul. Control our own self by all the means. Niyamas is the second thing for our internal personality. The third is asanas. After the announcement of 21st June as a World Yoga Day, I think everybody knows about this asana, that is also known as posture or meditation seat, that how to control our mind and body at a time, just to relax our body at a time. The another thing is that any posture that causes pain or restlessness is not a yogic posture, but to follow these yogas, a person has to follow a proper method, and this is very essential for everyone to follow this, just to control their mind, body, and their soul. The next one is pranayama. Pranayama, it's all about the breath control, that consciously we can change our breathing by doing this pranayama. And to control our breath is also important, because somewhere somehow we have to manage our body and mind. So this pranayama is essential for that. The next one is pratyahara. Pratyahara means withdrawal of senses. Now, withdrawal of senses means, as we all are aware, that we have 6 senses, and to control the 6 senses is quite difficult task for a normal person. But to control, to withdrawal of senses means from the outer world, from the materialistic world, and just dive in our own self. That is the moral of this pratyahara, that by doing this practice, one can analyze his or her own self, and the meaning of his existence can understand by doing this. The next one is the dharana, means concentration, and the further next is dhyana, that is means meditative absorption. The difference between this concentration and meditative absorption is very small. I would say there is a fine line difference between these two terminologies. In dharana, one can say that it is about that fixing the mind on one pointed focus. And in dhyana, we can say that it is uninterrupted train of thought and current of cognition and flow of awareness. So we can say that dharana is a state of mind and dhyana is the process of mind. And the ultimate, the last level, the 8th level is the samadhi. In samadhi, I would definitely say that this is the toughest task to follow, because it means that the putting together, combining with harmonious whole. And I don't think that how many people on this world can do this samadhi. Certainly, normal people are not able to do this samadhi, but I would definitely suggest that at least one can follow this first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh levels to reach in a ultimate level. And the most important thing is that here in Patanjali has included both external and internal disciplines. And holistic personality, it is a meaning that not just to create a personality outer side, but inner side as well. Because as a human, person should maintain his or her inner side as well. And when we talk about a small child, it is important to inculcate this type of values from his childhood. And this values are something they have learned from their home, with their parents and with their teachers, which according to me are as you can see that is in this 8 part, Patanjali has tried to cover both internal and external disciplines, and following this are decent in his personal and professional life. So in conclusion, I would just like to say that value education is not a matter of lecture or discussion, but as a teacher, we can give them some values by storytelling, then by poetries, and even we can give them some tasks in which they can perform this asanas, this pranayama, and they can follow this yama, niyama, and pratyahar in their daily life. So they're from childhood they can inculcate these values, and when they reach in a certain age, they can completely focus good citizen for any country. Here I'd like to tell you about that value education. Of course, India is the root of value education, I would say, but other than India, 25 countries have also included the value education in their education system. For instance, Australia, then Indonesia, Japan, then Singapore, and Slovenia, Sweden, Thailand. We have the entire list that which countries have included the values in their education system, because ultimately each and every nation, each and every country wants a citizen who has value, because just to develop our own self is not the only goal of any person. We have to take with us other living beings as well. Nowadays, as we can see that due to the global warming, other living beings are suffering, and they are not having their own food and everything, all the other problems we can observe. So by inculcating this type of values, they can definitely become a good citizen of any country. So this is, I would say, in a very brief, I have discussed. Otherwise, we can take this for many hours. But for today, this is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Soni. Thank you very much. As I said before, we are going to take questions at the end of the session. The fourth paper is titled Impact of Social Media on the Present Education System. Preeti Srivastava. Sorry if I'm...
no, it's okay, sir. It's a Preeti.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening, one and all present here. Good evening, Mustafa, sir.
Good evening.
I'm just sharing a slide.
Sure.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much. So my topic is related with the impact of social media on the present education system. So I'm not taking much of your time, and it's a topic, and we all are aware about this topic. This is why the reason I choose this topic. That is, we all know that the traditional education is based on just the chalkboard method. What we can say that it's based on the blackboard and the chalk method, and teachers, whatever the method they are using for the teaching, is only based on this lecture methods, lecture come demonstration method. But nowadays, this criteria or the scenario of the education is totally changed. We all are living in the modern society, modern world, and the education system is now it all has been changed. And why it is the reason the student or the any individual, they just want to take the instant knowledge. Now we are taking an instant coffee, instant food, and even we just want the instant knowledge. So for the instant knowledge, we are just searching this knowledge from the Google, from the social media. So the role of the social media is very much important. And now the classroom is also changed in the ICT type of method. Like now the smart classes are used. Now the smart classes is used in the rural areas, also in the urban areas also. So not we can't say that the rural areas is now the backward. And in the time of this present situation, I'm talking about the India. So it is used, ICT is used in the everywhere, in the rural or the urban. So what is the social media? We all know that about, it is about the collaborative term of the website, application, communication, community-based input. So this is the media, and social media it's used for the social interaction. It's web-based, so it's giving the higher knowledge and the instant knowledge to the everyone. So everyone wants to relate ourselves for the social media, and for the education, it is really very much important. So as we all know that the social media, we can say that Facebook, Twitter, and the Google, LinkedIn, so many sites here. I just saw this presentation of FC Liu, and she has defined very well that how the social media emphasizes the student for getting the job opportunities. So this one is also the one of the topics she took, and it is very I also influenced with that topic. And for that I can say that almost the 100% of the population, now the maximum number of the population is nowadays, they are just searching a knowledge from the website or from the media. So here I'm just sharing this slide. Maximum, that is 18% are using the audio, video, images. So everyone are using with this. Then the social media tools which is used in the education. So SlideShare, Ning, Dilgi, Academia, Edu. So these all are the tools which are using for the education. And and we can say that MOOC is also the new platform for our country. So we are also using the MOOC in everywhere it is using. And the tools, other things which is using here, that is a Edmodo and one-to contact form. So many, if you are going through that, so we can find out so many this platform for the education. And education, or what we can say that for the teaching learning process. And how would you, the social media is using in the classroom, the teachers with the students, they are making a group and encourage the students for according to their class name, project name, and hashtag to the discuss on the Twitters. And we are making a groups on the WhatsApp, and with that we are informing to the students that what we are making a plan for the next day for the classroom teaching. So that is very much helpful for them. So it's all we can say that the open virtual meeting. So here we can take everything with this type of social media platform. Here I'm giving you some examples. Like in our country, we are using this Facebook, and everywhere they are using. But here we are using in every college or in every university where you tag with this Facebook. So MIT University, Baymet College of it's our college. So we are just relate with that, and we are just posted everything on this Facebook, and our students are just connect with that, and they are taking so much interest in that, what was happening in the college yesterday and what is going on the next day. So everything they are getting the information with that. And the Moodle platform is also very popular. And in our college, we are using this WayMed College of Education. We are using this platform. Here we are giving us assignments to the student. We are collecting the assignments with that. At the time of that COVID, the students are not they are not allowed to come to this college, but we are regularly taking the classes with the online mode. So it makes us very easy to connect with the world, to connect with our student. We are easy to give the knowledge to the student. So this is a thing which I want to share, that the social media is nowadays using almost in every countries, and India is also taking a very widely, they are taking a participate in it, and most of the students are involved in it. And my conclusion, I just want to tell you about that teachers are very much means I can say that it's a gift by the technologies. It's a gift for us, for the students. Now the students can get knowledge with the help of their teachers, with the help of this media. Now the teacher is not the role of teacher, not she is only the teacher, she is a facilitator, she is giving a guide to the student. So this is the thing which I want to share you. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
If you have any question, please write it down, because we are going to take questions at the end of the session. Thank you for the great presentation. Now we are going to have Nandi Kishore Palkar.
Yes, sir.
The title of the presentation is A Study of Attitude of Prospective Teachers Towards Youth Modernity in Kachichi. Well, it's really hard to pronounce. University.
No problem.
How do you pronounce it? Sorry.
Kutch University, sir.
Kutch
University.
Okay. Thank you very much. You may start anytime you want.
Yes, sir.
I believe you are connecting through your phone. Will it be possible to share your presentation through the phone?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, one and all present here. Now, my research topic is study of.
Sorry, if you would you be able to flip your phone so it will get bigger? The screen. Flip
screen
on the
is
side.
Visible, sir. Yes,
yeah,
sir?
Visible, but flip on the side.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That's better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, my research topic is a study of attitude of prospective teachers towards youth modernity in Kutch University. Now, we have already discussed here. So most of the times for the sustainable development of the country of India or in other countries also, education plays important role. And without help of the modern principles, like in India, because here very much populations, and without the mass education, it's not possible to develop. Means we can't think about the sustainable development of the country. Here, mass education is very much important. And in last 2 years, we have observed that because of COVID-19, many of the country, personally India also, will not conduct the physical classes. And for that, the digital technology helps us. And in this situation, the teacher plays very much important role. If the teachers, they think about if they knows the digital technology, if they change their attitude towards the modern things, then it is possible, because education is the first and important tool for modernization. Without right education, it is difficult to lead a life in a competitive world. We all are thinking about the sustainable development of the country, but in this era, the teacher, prospective teachers particularly, they are the nation builder, they are the future teacher, and they plays important role. Now also we are discussing as a teacher, we are finding out the solutions for the sustainable development. And for the quality educations, teacher plays the important role. And here, the attitude of teachers toward modernity needs to be changed. If it is changed, if it is the positive, then we can change the mindset of learning. This is the introduction of my topic. Now, what is the need and importance of the study? We know that in particularly India, more than the 51,000 higher education, such as the institute, university, colleges, diploma institution, they are providing the educations to the student. Before 2 years, mostly the physical classes will be there, but because of the COVID-19, here we are conducting the online classes, and digital technology help us. And
Prof, I think he get disconnected.
Yeah, I think he is. No, you should turn on your microphone again. Sorry, we cannot hear you. Excuse me.
Your mic is off.
Yeah, we should turn on and go.
Hi, yes, sir.
Okay,
Hi, yes.
now it's okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you can continue.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. I think.
Yes, ma'am. Screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, now it's okay. Yeah. We can see.
Yeah. So need and importance of studies. Nowadays, we observe that in the last 2 years, we are conducting the online classes. And this is possible because of the teachers' attitude, teachers' modern attitude. And for that, the prospective positive attitude of the prospective teachers toward modernity is very much important. For that research, I have I have written some objective to study the attitude of prospective teachers toward youth modernity. I tried to find out the attitude of prospective teachers towards a modernity with respect to gender, religions, residential area, locality of the college, as well as the level of education, stream of education, and according to the caste category. So some hypotheses also I have written to find out the modernity of the prospective teachers. Means like that there is no significant difference between the mean score of youth modernity of male and female prospective teachers. There is also we know difference between Hindu and non-Hindu prospective teachers. There will be no significant difference between the mean score of youth modernity of male and female prospective teachers belonging to general, OBC, SC, and ST. So to find out the attitude of prospective teachers toward modernity, I have selected the method, survey method, and 300 prospective teachers sample I selected from the colleges in Kutch University. And I personally prepared the two tools to find out one modernity attitudes tool I prepared. The findings I have observed that the most of the male prospective teachers having more youth modernity attitude towards female prospective teachers compared to Hindu prospective teachers are having more youth modernity attitude than non-Hindu prospective teachers. Prospective teachers belonging to rural area are having more youth modernity than prospective teachers belonging to urban area. Prospective teachers studying in urban areas are having more youth modernity attitude than the prospective teachers studying in rural areas. Prospective teacher who having postgraduate degree, they are more modernity attitude compared to the graduate degree student. Youth modernity attitude of prospective teachers, commerce field, they have more modernity attitude compared to the art stream prospective teacher. And science stream prospective teacher have more attitude, modernity attitude compared to the prospective teacher. These are the some findings of my research. But in the last, this implementation of this study is that it provide this research provide the vital input to develop the modernity attitude of prospective teacher and help to develop the curriculum, relevant curriculum, and new strategy we can include. Now in last 2 years, we have observing in the our country, particularly in India, we are focusing now on the digital courses. And this is, and it's possible because of the teachers, they are changing their mindset, their attitude, they are trying to develop modern. And if the teachers, if they not develop the modernity attitude or modern attitude towards the new area of the education system, it will be very much difficult to for the sustainable development of the country. So teacher plays an important role, and because of last 2 years situation, we need to change some curriculum. We need to change. It's very important to change the curriculum according to the situations, and it again help to the learners and the teachers to change their mindset towards modernity. Recommendation for the study: a study can conducted various variable other than the present study. Here only I have focuses on the 7th variable, but other than age group, type of school, we can change it, and we can conduct modernity attitude research on the different variable. This research really help to know the real conditions or level of the prospective teachers toward modernity attitude. And accordingly, if they are good, if they are positive, it means that it's help to the country, if it helps to the society in the sustainable development, towards sustainable development. But if it is negative, it means that we need to think, we need to change the curriculum, or we need to provide such thing. Now, before also some of the participants, they shared that nowadays we are using the technologies, we are using the different tools. But all these things because of the teachers' attitude, the modern attitude. We are thinking to give something new to our child for their development, for their growth. And that is very much important nowadays. This is about from my side. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm really surprised, when you said that prospective teachers' attitude towards modernity is high and teachers coming from rural area compared to those coming from urban area. It's really interesting. Okay, if you have any question, please write it down because we are going to take questions at the end of the session. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to give the floor to Chirag Bhai Darji for the paper titled Development of Writing Skills.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Mustafa, sir. And regards to Logeshwari ma'am too. Dear participants, experts, here I am going to share my PowerPoint presentation. It will appear in 1 minute.
Sure, no problem.
Extremely sorry, it will take time. So shall I go for the oral presentation, sir? I think there is a problem in sharing.
I'll try one more time.
Yeah.
Because if you go audio-visual, that will be much more interesting. At least we will be able to follow your presentation with our eye and ear.
Yes, sir. It's going to.
Is it visible now?
We do see you right now, not the document. Try the document. You do share the screen, but the document should be on your screen.
I'm sharing the document. Is it visible now?
Not really. We do see you still.
I think you connect with your phone, right?
Yes, yes.
Maybe you can send us, or I don't know which way should we follow, moderator.
Nandakitor, if you could help me in sharing, I will send you through WhatsApp.
Yes, sir. You send me.
I'll take support of my colleague.
Okay, you both know each other. You are from the same university, so you can do. You can collaborate.
Yeah, we have time anyway.
Okay. If you want, okay. If you want, can continue with the next person, next presenter. Then.
Yeah, I think that will be fine.
That will be fine. Okay. So, Sarita Soy, study the physical health awareness among upper primary 6 to 8 school children. Sarita Soy, I believe presenter is not here. Noreen Saeed, the impact of the virtual science labs in science.
May I share, Chirag sir, your screen?
Sure, you may start.
Yes, sir, if you can help me.
Sure, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, the title of my paper is Development of Writing Skills and Experiment.
One second.
Yes.
Did you ask him how much he's going to charge you about this help?
Oh, yes, sir. That's what I'll manage tomorrow in the institute.
Well, you should negotiate before accepting his help. You know, he may charge you a lot.
Yes, sir. That we will see. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Well,
yes.
I'll come to the point now. The title of my paper is Development of Writing Skills and Experiment. The experiment has been carried out in context to India and especially the Gujarat State Education Board. Sir, if you can go to the next slide, sir, please. The paper, this is an experimental study where what I have done is I have taken 2 schools and nearby, and the program was prepared. The pretest was administered to both the groups to equalize the group, and then the treatment was given to the experimental group. The one school was kept as a control group. At the end, the post-test was given to both the schools. One group was taught through traditional method where the class teacher taught, and to the experimental group, I have administered the program. At the end of this experiment, the post-test was given, the focused group discussion was conducted, and observation of the students' performance was carried out based upon that document. So in that way, this is a qualitative and quantitative both types of study. Sir, next, please. Let me introduce about the topic. Sir, next. The image will come. Yes. Friends, the study which I have carried out is on writing skills. There are 4 language skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Out of these 4 skills, reading and listening are considered as receptive skills, and speaking and writing are considered as expressional skills. In most of the university across the globe, the evaluation of the student's performance is mostly carried out based on his or her speaking and writing skills, and mostly reading and writing are being evaluated. Therefore, keeping in mind the concept that is RACE, that is rapid acquisition of competence in English. Whenever you teach a second language or foreign language to the students, you need to teach that language keeping in mind the students' vernacular language, style, and notion of learning the language. Based upon this, in this particular study, I have carried out an experiment with the objectives to study the effectiveness of the activity package, to study the effect of this program on gender, whether this program, this package create any gender difference or not, to study the expressions of the students at the end of this program, and to record the students' performance for effective suggestions through the focus group discussion and observation. The tool was constructed and validated through the expert's opinion, as it was a small dissertation kind of work which I have carried out. Sir, next please. The variables for the study is writing skills was considered as the independent variable. The dependent variable was based on the activity package, what writing concepts, the competencies that the students develop. The secondary independent variable was boys, that is gender, boys and girls. The control variables, that is 8th standard students, second language learners, and selected items on writing skills. The hypothesis for the study is there is no significant difference between the mean scores of the post-test of experimental and control group, and there is no significant difference between the mean scores of the boys and girls of experimental group in writing skills. The research tools which I have taken for this study is a writing skill competency test, activity package was the treatment, and feedback form, means the expression of the students were noted, were recorded through the observation sheet, that is the feedback form. And one more tool was used, that is focus group discussion, which was on open basis for all the students who have got the treatment. Sir, next please. While designing the test, these are the major research components which I have included in constructing the tool, that is dialogue writing, story writing, jumbled sentences, correct paragraph, letter writing, picture description, report writing, story description, process description, and writing about the famous personality. Next. The research methodology, I would like to quote John Best book and John Khan's, and in which it has been mentioned that this design, the description of the research design is mentioned. The researcher took 2 group pretest program post-test design for the study, in which pretest was administered to both the groups and treatment was given to only experimental group. The post-test the type of the research method, it was a qualitative and quantitative type of study. The population and the sample for the study is, it comprised the standard 8 upper primary level students of Anand district, Gujarat in the year 2019-20. The researcher used random sampling technique to select the sample of the study. The students of standard 8 of 2 English medium schools, that is Santram English Vidya Mandir Karamsad and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel School Karamsad. The sample consisted of 40 students in each in control and experimental group. Next, sir. After the treatment, this is what the result that I have got it from the experiment. The mean score of experimental group was much higher than the control group. It happened because I found that the writing skill which is been mentioned in the textbook is not focused. It is a part, it is a supplementary of the content of the literature which is placed in the textbook. I found this may be the reason that these programs made a big effect on the experimental group. Second, if you look at the second hypothesis, the result, the girls and the boys. Now here what happened, the experimental group, the students of experimental group was having male and female, and then the program was implemented to both the students in a group, and the score of girls and boys were separated, were classified separately, and then it has been, statistically it has been analyzed. The R was found out, correlation was found out because it was from the same group, right? So the findings of this particular hypothesis was like this: there was no significant difference between the mean score of the boys and girls through this writing skill program, through this activity-based program. It means that it can be concluded that the program had made an equal effect on both the boys and girls. Talking about the findings of the study, the activity-based package was effective in developing writing skills among the students of experimental group. The activity package made equal effect on both the male and female. The students reflected that the intervention of researchers' classroom teaching was effective, innovative, and fruitful in developing English writing competence. On the basis of the general observation, the students participated enthusiastically in the activities and developed their writing skills competencies. Students could communicate comprehensive way through the use of relevant forms, words, and sentences. Earlier, when the program was not given, the students struggled to use the structure, which forms, which structure should we follow it. This particular thing, this particular program has helped the students to use the proper and relevant structure in writing. It developed the confidence, fluency of knowledge of functional vocabulary and sentence patterns. It could develop their understanding to various writing pattern points and its practical uses in writing. The students could reflect over their doubts, weaknesses, and solve them through drilling practice and repetition of the writing task. Students are also familiarized to various types and forms of write-up and further learn to practice them. The implications of this study, it can be implied that the activity package could be implemented to all the levels of all the students and all the groups to develop the writing skills. The various activities like performing the roles of different personalities in simulation, role play, have really helped the students to develop the confidence in language as well. Now you will hear surprise. The paper is based on writing skill. How come role play and simulation is used? So in this particular activity, what I did is the roles were assigned to the students, the different roles. It was a theme, like the students always submit, like return their books to the librarian late. This was the task. So one was kept as a librarian, one was the student, the other one was the assistant, and then interaction were taken place. What the students have to do it, they had to perform and then they had to write the write-up, the dialogues, the patterns. This activity students like the most that I have found it. The cue cards, passing the parcel, authentic materials, animation, word region, and simulation kind of writing games were effective in developing their writing skills. Now, this could be applied while teaching language skills to the students. What we do generally while teaching language skills, we use literature only. Instead of using literature, if such things, games, tasks, activities, role play, simulation, excursion method, if such things could be used, I feel that it would give a good result. The literary activities like letters, stories, report writing helps the learners to develop, to be serious at the use of global language in day-to-day writing. Now, seriousness, the commitment, meticulous, punctuality, these are all the things which are very essential while using the foreign language, especially while using the global language, because it means communicate, right? Suppose you say, why are you, a teacher tells in the classroom, why are you looking monkey outside as I'm inside? What is the meaning? What is the interpretation of this sentence? The teacher himself is a monkey, right? So we need to be very, very meticulous. While speaking, if you make error, if you sleep, you may not be caught. While writing, if you sleep, you will be caught and you will be addressed like anything. Therefore, writing must be seriously taken, right? The standard English at the spoken language must be used by the teacher, because what you listen, you write it. This is what we have experienced while studying literature in our classroom. And the constructive feedback on the students' learning and participation help the students to be sensitive at the use of English in writing skills. To conclude, the next please. To say that if the teacher uses the various joyful tasks, activities, language games, at least at the primary level, I would feel that, you know, that sensitivity towards writing skills would develop. The problem takes place because at the primary level, we hardly focused on developing the skills which are very essential throughout his life. Because see, writing is you know, when you reach at the age of 60, 80, at that time also you need to be very meticulous and punctual at writing. We have observed many people couldn't do well at the writing skills. Many people make errors while writing. I feel that the foundation, the basis, we need to you know, work upon that. And this particular research helped me in you know, making students to know all these things. I got very good response from the parents, stakeholders also on this activity, on this research. Through activity-based practice, the learners learn to use the correct words and sentence patterns and the structure. And that was something which was very fantastic. And to conclude, I would say that effective application of any activity for the learners bring deliberate impact among the learners' behavior. But the word deliberate impact is very essential among the teachers. Thank you very much, sir, for permitting me to present it. I mention my deep sense of gratitude to Nandakishore sir for helping me.
Well,
most welcome, sir.
Are you going to send your invoice to him, Nandakishore?
Yes, sir. It's my voice.
Yeah. Are you going to invoice him? Are you going to charge him?
Yes. Okay. He will not charge, I know.
He's not going to charge you anything. Well,
thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, I thank you. I thank you, guys. Well, if you have any question to Chirag Darji, please write it down, because we are going to have questions at the end of the session. Okay. The next paper, Norin Said, she's not here, I believe. Right? No. And Sarita Soy, she's not here either. Okay, then, any question? Any question to presenters? By the way, at the end of the next session, which will conclude around 6:30 Turkish time, I don't know what will be time, your local time, we will have Best Presentation Award. Okay, we will have closing ceremony. In that ceremony, we will announce the Best Presentation Award. We are still voting for that award among us. Okay, so if you join that session, or if you join that ceremony, I will be glad. Now I'm going to give the floor to Vivekant Jaha, Dr. Vivekant Jaha. Did I pronounce it right, Dr. Jaha? Dr. Jaha? Yes, please. Dr. Jaha, you need to turn your microphone
on. Good evening, Professor Aslan.
Good evening, Dr. Jaha. Did I pronounce your name right, Vivekanand?
Yes, it's Dr. Vivekanand Jha.
Okay, okay, so the floor is yours. I don't know if you have your presenters already present at the session. You are the first presenter anyway.
I will be presenting in the last, no problem.
Okay, if you have other people ready to present, you are more than welcome. I believe Dr. Halnovi is already here.
Yes, yeah. Professor Rajsri S. Vaishnav.
She was here, but she's not, I believe.
Next is Parinita Ratna Parkhi. She is also not there.
Yeah, because they are waiting for 6 o'clock, I believe, 4 o'clock, I believe, Turkish time, which is about 7 o'clock your time. I believe you have the time, your local time is 10 to 7, right?
Yes. Still we have 10 minutes left.
Yeah, you have 10 minutes left.
In the meantime, shall I present my paper?
Excuse me?
In the meantime, shall I present the paper?
Well, as you wish. The floor is yours, or you may just wait for the rest to come. Whatever you like, Doctor. It's yours, your show.
Thank you, Professor Aslan.
What's your relation with Professor Jha?
Yeah. Sir?
What's your relation with your Professor Jha? Kinship. What's your kinship?
We are very intimate friends.
Just friend, but you have the same last name. I thought you were brothers or.
We belong to same province. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I thought you are brothers.
Otherwise, relation is academic one only.
Okay then.
Yes.
I thought that you already have blood relation, but I thought you are brothers or son and father or uncle and nephew.
No, surname doesn't matter. It is the creativity, academic activity which brought both of us together.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Yes. And he has a great admiration for you.
Excuse
me? He was talking nice about you.
Oh, he's a great person.
Yes, Dr. Abdesh.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but he's always talking that way about me. But he is the one who needs to be cherished, you know. And also Dr. Logais Indiran. I mean, she is great.
Certainly, we will have to meet physically in the coming future, if the God permits.
Well, hopefully.
Yes.
After this Congress, we are going to have a meeting all together with, I mean, the committees, and we will decide the place and the theme of the next Congress. Most likely, the next Congress will be face-to-face. In that case, we will be able to meet and have dinner together and drink together. Not
so
alcohol.
Waiting for that, bro.
Yeah.
Wow, that will be great. That will be great, Dr. Indira. So,
still, I think 7 minutes left for us.
Yeah, 7 minutes left.
Yes.
7 minutes left, Dr. Indira.
Yeah.
Well, you look tired for 3 days. You have been working very hard for 2 days, and over here, you know, time is not really late, but in Malaysia, it's 5 hours, right?
Yeah, now we are almost 9.
Almost 9 o'clock.
Exact 5 hours.
It's terrible. And you don't have time to eat.
Oh my God. Sorry for that.
No, it's okay, we do.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have Osman Yilmaz here. We are still waiting for the presenters to come to present themselves here in the session. And the session chair will be Vivekanand Jaha. Dr. Vivekanand Jaha is relative of Professor Atvesh Jaha, you know.
Professional friend, not relative. I'm professional friend of Dr. Abdesh Jha.
Okay. Not
academic. I'm academic friend.
Academic friend. Okay.
Yes.
But you know, is that very common last name? Tamil name?
Yes.
What does it mean?
Common last name is just a coincidence.
Okay. Oh, just a coincidence. What does it mean?
And as I told you earlier, passion for writings and passion for academic activities have brought up us together.
Wow, that's great. That's just great. Okay, so we have 5 more minutes. Meanwhile, if any one of you have any question to our presenters, Tim Parker, Dr. Dave, or Dr. Manish, or let me see, Dr. Sony, I believe. Preeti Shrivastava. If you have any question to that, you are more than welcome. As Professor Lee said yesterday, you know, you guys are just great. Do you remember?
Yeah, and so easy. She said it's so easy to.
Yeah. She wants to work with us. We don't ask anything. We don't cause any trouble. We don't make any trouble. We just follow the orders. And her speech at the opening ceremony was wonderful. I just really laughed. You know,
so
she says
energy, right?
Yeah, she says that it's just a candy shop. Whatever you ask for, we have it. She's just great. You know, really. Okay, doctor. Floor is yours. I'm just going to go to have a cup of tea. Okay, I have been over here since morning.
You are most welcome. You have a very busy session right from morning.
Thank you. See you around.
Thank you, sir. One only question is that what is the time for closing ceremony?
I believe 2 or 2.5 hours from now. It will be 6:30, depending on the performance of Dr. Vivek Kanant, okay, Dr. Jha. Right after this session will be closing ceremony. Right after this session. If no one shows up, okay, we will have the closing ceremony earlier.
With the same link, right, sir?
Yeah, the same link, just over here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Room. Okay, I thank you.
We are waiting for our participants to connect with us. Just 3 minutes left. I hope someone may turn up and join us.
Hope so, but you can share your presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Title of my presentation is Digitalization and Literary Sustainability. With burgeoning and galloping application of internet, social, electronic, and multimedia, literary writing and reading is also increasingly digitized. This world has witnessed a phenomenal transition from paper to a screen-based literature. What once used to be a utopian dream is now executed with a mere click of mouse and swapping of a finger. Several experiments and findings suggest that usage of computers, internet, smartphones, and several other similar devices certainly bolstered the position of the literary world. No doubt, these media are a kind of blessing and boon for the targeted readers and researchers. At the same time, this fact also cannot be ignored that with respect to increase in writing, reading has also decreased. Though the internet is inundated with a plethora of literary materials, still they didn't harvest the number of readers they deserve. With respect to the analog world, the ratio between availability of texts and their readers have adversely been diminished. Few decades before, literary reading was a pivotal pastime and source of entertainment and leisure for the common people. Nowadays, instead of spending a chunk of their time in reading voluminous texts, people prefer to surf the social and other electronic media, and in relatively very less time, they claim to garner more pleasures, knowledge, and entertainment. The main aim of this article is to highlight pros and cons that digitalization poses on the sustainability of literary reading and writing. In recent past, the literary world has been switching over its position from analog to digital humanities. The definition of the term digital humanities is not absolute, but relative, as debate and exploration on this issue is still on. But overall meaning is summarized by Wikipedia as, quote, Digital humanities brings digital tools and methods to the study of the humanities with the recognition that the printed word is no longer the main medium for knowledge production and distribution. Unquote. In first few years, the availability and usage of computers, internet, and smartphones have radically metamorphosed the society. They are responsible for bringing out digital revolution in almost all walks of life. And fields of literature and education are no exception to it. The literary world has slowly and steadily marched towards computer-based reading and writing. And this paradigm shift towards digital forms of literary analysis has paved the way for new and exciting avenue for literary scholars and critics all over the world. Now we shall discuss some positive aspects of digitalization. Undoubtedly, digitalization has given rise to the cases of plagiarism and copyright infringement, but at the same time, it also made their detection very easy. With the usage of technology, we can find of plagiarism and copyright infringement very easily. Now for authors, scholars, researchers, and students, repository of data are at their disposal. They can trace and find a big corpus of information and reference at lower cost and no cost at all. Digitalization created an opportunity for aspiring authors by providing them several self-publishing platforms. One could claim himself being a published author. One can save oneself from the state of desperation and dejection caused by a queue of rejection from the traditional publishers. These platforms facilitated them to promote the books and control the revenue earning from them. Consequently, dominance and monopoly of the traditional publishers also started to on the wane. But due to on-rise of such self-publishing platforms, the quality of writings and books always remain debatable. Gone are the days when publishing a book, authors have to destabilize their budget. They have to look for or raise the funds. They have to seek some advances from the publishers. Digitalization proved an incarnation for them. Free from the threat and fear of high shipping charges, they can distribute them electronically. To butter their bread from both sides, digitalization invented for them the facility of print on demand, where readers will have a flexibility of choosing the options, ebook or hard copy, or both as per their convenience. The advent of the digital age has enabled one to become the walking or portable libraries. Digital devices not only enhance mobility, but they save our space also. With the invent of several ebook reading devices, readings can readily look up words they do not know. Readers can readily look up words they do not know. They can even trace the history of characters and the places they come across in the course of their reading. Not few decades before, people have to reach the library from miles amid treacherous traffic and polluted atmosphere. Libraries used to available in major cities where people from far-flung areas used to reside, arrange lodging, eating, etc. for the sole purpose of doing a study and research, referring the books or quenching the passion of reading. There was time when readers were craving for easy availability of study materials. Study materials were not easily available for us. Now is the time when the books are plenty, but the readers seem to be scanty. There are countless online databases which host a host of journals, magazines, periodicals, books, primary and secondary sources of various disciplines and fields. All genre of writing find a due place for publishing digitally in cost-effective manner. Reading, writing, and publishing online has become a cakewalk now. Digital technology is turning more and more user-friendly and inexpensive. Everybody can become a writer of some sort, as we can see by the number of blogs, web pages, social media sites that publish texts and literary works of different kinds. New audiences are easily engaged with the author's work, and it is no longer necessary for authors to desperately seek an audience. So these are some points, and these are some aspects, positive aspects of digitalization. Now, we shall give a look on some negative aspects of digitalization. One of the major advantages of shifting from printing to digital culture is claimed as the saving of the trees and ecology by using minimum use of papers. But what about the environmental effect arising out of disposing of the e-waste, which is made up of harmful and toxic materials? Useless papers can be recycled to useful pages. If trees are harvested for making papers, they can be replanted as well. But the toxic waste generated in the e-waste disposal are difficult to handle and dispose. During COVID crisis, the world has made optimum use of digital technology. It was a blessing amid crisis, and it somehow keeps the meaning of life rolling. Who note, including children, students, scholars, various professionals, and senior citizens make use of digital devices during this pandemic. But could digitalization fully replace the sense of mental, physical, and spiritual well-being that we gain through face-to-face encounters is still open to debate. Burning example of it would be the students of lower classes who learned less but distracted and deteriorated more in the name of online classes. The use of paper books are continuously on decline. Several experts feel that in the next few years, dominance of digital devices and apparatus will reach to such level that people may hardly read paper books. Paper books may become an antique item. Why to go outside once things are available in your home? Why to take trouble of getting up and go to the shelf once things are available on your bed? Books, stores, and libraries showcasing physical books may be declining and vanishing slowly. In an article, Are Paper Books Really Disappearing?, written on BBC website, Rachel Newer rightly observed, quote, that ebooks have surged in popularity in recent years is not news, but where they are headed and what effect this will ultimately have on the printed world is unknown. Are printed books destined to eventually join the ranks of clay tablets, scrolls, and typewritten pages to be displayed in collectors' glass cases with other curious items of distant past? Unquote. Reading in digital mode bears mixed blessings. If it has advantages, then it has some disadvantages too, which readers cannot afford to ignore. The world is marching towards complete digitalization, but how it could become feasible? It could become feasible because of creative and cognitive ability of human beings. The use of digital modes are dispositioning our creative and cognitive abilities. Things are fine till human beings are controlling the digital world, but things will certainly go rudderless once human beings will be totally ruled by digital devices. An acclaimed American writer, Nicholas Carr, deeply deliberated on these issues in his book, The Shallows, What the Internet is Doing to Our Brains. Hailed as a modern classic, the book was bestseller, the Pulitzer Prize finalist, and has been translated into more than 25 languages. The book proved as a benchmark for debating on how uses of technology are affecting our thought process and perception. The book investigates how internet is affecting the user's brain, how online reading results in lower comprehension with respect to paper-page reading. Carr points out, quote, for the last 5 centuries, ever since Gutenberg made reading a popular pursuit, the linear literary mind has been at the center of art, science, and society. As subtle as it is subtle, it's been the imaginative mind of the Renaissance, the rational mind of Enlightenment, and inventive mind of the Industrial Revolution, and even the subversive mind on modernism, and it may soon be yesterday's mind, unquote. So Nicholas Carr's 2010 book, The Shallows, What the Internet is Doing to Our Brains, is actually the expansion of his article, Is Google Making Us Stupid?, which was published in July and August issue of 2008 edition of Atlantic magazine. In this article, Carr cautioned us I'm quoting Mr. Carr, as the media theorist Marshall McLuhan points out in the 1960s, media are not just passive channels of information. They supply the stuff of thought, but they also shape the process of thought. And what the net seems to be doing is chipping away my capacity for concentration and contemplation. My mind now expects to take in information the way net distributes it, in a swiftly moving stream of particles. Once I was a scuba diver in the sea of words. Now I jeep along the surf like a guy on a jet ski. Now, I would like to conclude this article We always talk of saving our culture, tradition, and heritage. Printed books have been with us since several centuries. They are our history, and they are our future too. To keep our creative and imaginative and cognitive prowess rolling, we will have to keep up a fine balance in the usage of digital and print technology. This equilibrium is possible if we should adopt digitalization as facility, not as a necessity. With this, I conclude my article. Now I would request my respected members, if they have any questions, they can very well ask me.
Yeah, is there any question? Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. And
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And now, I don't know another participant.
Just I'm announcing name, no problem, ma'am.
You can, if you can, just announce.
Yes. No problem. Okay. I will be announcing, don't worry. So next is do Ye Baby available? Delhi University of India. Her article is the development of Hindu in China.
I think, I don't know how to pronounce, but Rajshir, right?
No, Rajshri, I think she is not available right now. She is not with us. So it's no use calling her name time and again. Next is language for sustainable development. It is to be presented by Parinita Ratna Parkhi. She is from WMED College of Education, Vallabh Vidyanagar, India. I think she is also not available.
Yeah. All right.
Now,
let me check. Okay, let's do this. If Nur Sofia Nabila is ready, if you are ready, we can, we can listen to your presentation. You can go on.
Please. We can
move.
Yes, Sofia Nabila, yes.
Sure. So I should share my slide?
Yes.
Can I share?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so this is, I've shared my slide first because I have prepared a slide.
Okay.
But I'm not sure how to share it.
There is share screen.
Okay. Oh, it should be in PDF.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I'm not sure how to share this actually, because this is, before this I use Google Meet. So this is my first time sharing in Zoom.
Okay, down, you can see the share screen.
Okay.
Just click there and share your screen.
They cannot share document, right? They only can share they only can share pictures and everything. Can I just do it?
Okay, how do you like? Okay, no problem.
Sophia, maybe I can help you.
If she can help us, why? Maybe.
Sophia, maybe you can send me the. You can already open.
How can I send you?
You already open your PowerPoint?
Yeah, I already opened my PowerPoint.
Okay. Then you straight away come to our Zoom here, and you click share screen.
Okay, I'm sorry. Share screen.
Okay. Then can you choose? Can you see your PowerPoint interface there?
There's no share screen. I don't know.
Off.
Box. I found Microsoft OneDrive, Google Drive, Box, Photo, Document, Web URL, Bookmark, Camera, and Share Whiteboard. That's it. I don't found any share screen here.
No, it will be at the bottom of your screen.
Or maybe I should be transferred to as a
At the bottom
presenter.
of your screen. Just scroll your mouse if you are using laptop, and you will find at the bottom of a screen in green, share a screen.
Okay.
Just scroll your pointer of the mouse. You will find a list of participants.
Yes. Maybe you can scroll down a little bit. So if you scroll down a little bit, maybe you can see your PowerPoint. You can see whiteboard, right? That's the place there. Actually, correct. You are in the correct interface already.
I already
at the bottom of your screen.
I already scrolled down, but it doesn't have anything.
You cannot find your PowerPoint.
Yeah. You can
now
only
you
have
can-
during mobile share screen, but I cannot share my PowerPoint, just a white screen.
Oh, I
Sorry,
see.
really take time.
It's okay.
So why don't you read them? No problem.
Yeah, no problem. Move. You
Can I
can
just-
just read it.
I
Okay.
just
No
read out
problem.
my
Yes.
PowerPoint. Okay.
Or maybe Sophia, can you share with me in the WhatsApp group so maybe I can share the PowerPoint with the
Okay,
rest.
sure, doctor. Okay, sure, doctor.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Tati.
Thank you.
Wait, I share with.
It's okay, take your time. Just hold on, Ashidar, for a while.
Yeah, I think we can
Maybe
go
start with
to,
other.
I don't know who is here now. There's
Tidak,
a
Doctor. I
lot
just
of
have to.
name, sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. If it's okay for Noor, for you, we can move on the other, the other presentation.
Sure, because I already sent to doctor. If doctor can
Yeah,
open,
you
I
can
can
fix
present.
you can solve the problem.
Okay,
then.
sure.
And start here. Is she here? Yeah, I think do online classes ensure sustainable education during COVID-19. This presentation, who is gonna?
I'm so sorry. So
present?
maybe okay, because I already got the slide, so maybe I can start sharing now. If you
Okay,
don't
okay
mind.
then. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you are great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, doctor.
Okay, so can you see it now?
Yes,
Is it okay?
maybe in a slideshow.
Yeah. Just a minute, yeah.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good and hello to everyone. So my name is Nur Sofia Nabila binti Alimin. My supervisor is Dr. Siti Rahma Awang. Thank you so much, doctor, for helping me. So I will present about my paper, which is entitled The Core of Islamic Leadership Among Academic Leaders in Malaysian Higher Institutes. So next, doctor, and my co-supervisor is Prof. Dr. Tahir. Next, doctor. Okay, so introduction. Firstly, Islamic leadership has a wholesome character that emphasizes the balance between the development of spiritual growth and material growth in ensuring the well-being of life here and hereafter. So the main purpose of my study, in paper, is to identify the level of Islamic leadership trust, which are Al-Quwa and Al-Mana, among the academic leaders at the two higher education institute in Malaysia. The next. Okay, so what is leadership? So leadership is one of the world's oldest terms. So as we know before, the words such as head of state, military commander, principal or chief or king were very common in our societies. So leadership quality plays an important role in every great organizational success. When you have a good leaders, you will have a successful organization. So good leaders are needed in small groups, although in our families, in organizations, states or empire. So leadership effectiveness has always been and will continue to be vital to the success of organizations. A leadership approach includes all practices, traits, behaviors, process, roles, and styles that leaders possess and act to lead the followers, emphasizing the importance of situational factors. So next is Islamic leadership. So my study emphasized on Islamic leadership. So according to the Islamic view, leadership is a sacred position that can solve the problems of humanity, but in the same time to guide them to the eternal betterment of here and also the hereafter. So the main preference of Islamic leadership is on a human welfare, where it exposes that leadership is a psychological contract between a leader and his followers, that he will try his best to guide them, to protect their followers, and also to treat them fairly and will justice. So in Islamic perspective, the leadership principles are primarily derived from the four different key sources, which are the Holy Quran, the Holy Prophet, the wise Caliph, and also the pious followers. Next. Okay, so this is for my for the first one. In the hadith narrated by Imam Muslim, "O Abu Zar, verily I see you as a weak person. Verily I like you of what I like for myself. So do not be a leader of two, and you should never manage the properties of orphans." So in this hadith, Abu Zar was not given any post by Prophet Muhammad, although Abu Zar was a companion who Prophet Muhammad loved very much. Also, this was due to the qualities that Abu Zar did not possess. So Prophet Muhammad seen Abu Zar did not possess the qualities that should have to be a leader. So that although they are close, but Prophet Muhammad doesn't really appoint Abu Zar as a leader. So not all companions were able to carry out duties in politics, although they are close to each other, but they see the qualities that they possess. So next. So in addition, Allah described trustworthiness metaphorically in ayah 72, Surah Al-Azab. Indeed, we offered the trust to the heavens and earth and the mountains, and they declined to bear it and fear it. But man self-undertook to bear it. Indeed, he was unjust and ignorant. So actually, trustworthiness is an enormous weight. Allah great creations such as the sky, the earth, and the mountains are not able to carry it heaviness, because they know when they betray trustworthiness, they are to be punished severely. However, men who are Allah's lesser creations are willing to carry the weight of trustworthiness. Indeed, there have been those who are severely punished by Allah due to the betrayal of trustworthiness. So those who are negligent in carrying trustworthiness are those who are tyrant and ignorant. So next. So Prophet Muhammad often reminded us about the responsibility and their detrimental effects if responsibility were not carried out successfully. So leadership post is a responsibility. Thus, it needs careful selection or ownership, and failure to do so is considered a traitor. Hence, for my study, what is the fundamental in selecting and appointing leaders who are capable for posts? Based on Al-Qasas, Surah Ayah 26, Allah SWT says, "One of the women said, 'Oh my father, hire him.' Indeed, the best one you can hire is the strong and the trustworthy." So next. So in this ayah, Prophet Moses was inherited with two attributes, which were Al-Qawi and Al-Amanah. Therefore, the task or the responsibility of a post given to a person must be based on these two attributes, as stated by Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Atamiyah. The two main attributes in Islamic leadership are Al-Quwa, which comprises the strength, the capability, and the skill in carrying out a task or a responsibility, and Al-Amanah, which means can be trusted or responsibility, having integrity and also accountability. So both of these attributes are crucial for a true Muslim leader. So in this article, Al-Quwa and Al-Amanah will be discussed as the core of Islamic leadership among the academic leaders at two higher education institutes in Malaysia. So that's element of Al-Quwa. We have 4 elements of Al-Quwa. First is mind. We have Aqliyah. Second is knowledge. Third is physical strength. And fourth is soul. So why should a leader have a strong mind? Because when a leader have a strong mind, they can encourage first, the leader with good strong mind have encourage freedom of thought, which means that they can encourage their subordinate, their students, or also their staff to speak their opinion, to give their opinion, and can help them to voice out what is their opinion. A leader must have strong mind so that A strong mind will enable a leader to make a wise and also smart decision without affected by their emotion. And also, a leader with great mind usually have a great soul that is able to protect people and make them feel secure and safe. And also, a leader that ever have a strong mind, they have a good communication skills. So next is a soul. Why should a leader have a strong soul? Is because according to Sulaiman 2012, the attributes of leaders who have a strong soul, they are patience and perseverance. So these leaders are courageous, do not give up, and they are willing to make sacrifices for their people. According to Mustafa, patience is one of the essential quality of a leader. So this quality helps a leader to do something with a great care. By having this quality, the leader are also able to overcome criticism of opposition, failure in desired success, and debate in decision making. Okay, so beside that, showing courage and also ability to take calculated risks are also showing that this leader have a strong soul. So next one is the knowledge and also physical strength. A leader who have a strong leader must possess knowledge is a power, and any leader who desires to excel in his leadership must acquire knowledge to have their strong mind and also strong soul. As a physical strength, when a leader have a good healthy body and also healthy mind, and they can really they can do their work well and know how to think well because they have a good physical strength. Okay, so next is, so this element of amanah. So as we can see here, we have two, which is the first one in the relationship with Allah, and the second one with the mankind. So for the mankind, we have 4 elements, which is responsibility. You have to be responsible, justice, accountability, and also integrity. So next. So what is the research methodology? This study aims at identifying the level of Islamic leadership trust, which are aqwa and amanah. This study used a quantitative method with a questionnaire as an instrument for data collection. The development of the research questionnaire was based on a review of literature and encompassing the elements of strength and trustworthiness of leader. Okay, next. So stratified random sampling method was used in the study to ensure that each category of academic leader according to the faculty or the university to represent the study population. The survey questionnaire was distributed among 336 academic leaders. It was distributed in Google Form format and sent via their emails. The quantitative data was analyzed using the statistics package of social science. This is also a descriptive research in which employs the descriptive analysis in identifying the level of the trust of Islamic leadership that the academic leaders have. So next. Okay, so this is the data analysis. So first one, from here we can see that most of the respondents are male with the 57.7%. So most of them are married with 89.9%. The highest academic qualification is the doctorate degree with 90.2%. And most of them have a teaching experience from about 3 to 26 years. So we can see that they have long teaching experience. Next. Oh my God, doctor, I think doctor shared a wrong slide because I've sent a new one. Sorry. Sorry
about it. Okay. Okay, so Sophia,
I share the one in the WhatsApp.
Okay, hold on, yeah.
No problem. We can see that you were working. Good.
Okay, is yeah, our secret is all known by people. So we cannot hide it anymore.
No, actually, I think she may be on the verge of finishing her article. So now you can read it also. No problem.
Okay, I can also read because after this is all the findings, and so because it's in table, so I don't know how to present it.
Okay, we have time. We are still
You
waiting.
you can
we have
no
time.
problem. Yes.
Okay. If I can read it.
I think okay. I'm sorry, Sophia, because I think you shared me the wrong file. Yeah, the wrong one.
Again.
That's what the one I just opened it. So
I already sent the latest one.
okay.
I'm sorry because my
country, right?
I cannot share screen.
Are you in, living in the same country, right?
Yes.
With Dr. Ati.
Yes, in the same, also in the same state.
Ah, good.
Still, I didn't get it. So
You didn't get it?
I don't know where did you send it.
To your WhatsApp.
Yeah, I know that's the one, the latest one that I received.
Latest one, because it said
Okay,
that you have received it.
It just came in. It just came in.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
No problem. We are waiting for your findings, you know.
Sorry.
And that is only the main thing.
Yeah.
Main thing is our findings only.
For your findings only.
Oh, still, sorry. Okay, I think I need to. Okay, do you? I think I need to. Okay, so try again. Sorry. Thank you for your patience, people.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, can you see the slides now?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
hopefully I still no. Yeah, still no. Yeah. Okay, anyway.
It's okay, Doctor. You can just share this slide. So or although they know our secret, so I think it's okay.
Yeah, hold on.
You can try again. Yeah, we are lucky that we have time, no?
Yeah.
Yes. We have time and lesser number of participants.
I'm so yeah. I think what maybe we have to reveal all the wrong sides. I think it's okay. Let me just share it, okay? Because I don't want to waste your time, all right?
No problem. Just share.
Yeah, yeah. We just share it.
Yeah.
Actually,
is it the same?
Yeah, it's still the same slide because I couldn't get the right one. Okay, anyway, so Sophia, maybe the only thing that I can do, I just delete all this.
No problem. Actually,
no problem, yeah?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
never
no
mind.
problem.
Then it's okay. We just continue.
Okay, so this is my finding. So for I think the back one level for okay. So this is the finding. So level for the alqua element. So what I measure is the identifying the level of the alqua element and also al-amana element. So the first one is the level of respondent strength of mind. As we can see here, the doctor said that I should put some column that should state level. So I didn't put yet, but I already put in the new slide, but I didn't have it yet. So the first one we can see here, they have 8 items to measure the level of leader strength of mind. And we can see here the highest one is the formulation. The formulations means that the leaders have good know how to do shura, I mean consultation, by when they are making some formulation of ideas. So here we can see that the highest score is 4.42. And from this table, we can see that all the academic leaders have a total means, not all, but they have a total mean score 4.10. They have a high level of strength of mind. So the second one is, the next one is the level of, so next one, Doctor. Next, Doctor. Okay, so that next one is the level of, from the level of soul, the number 2. Before this, the number 2, Doctor, previous one. Okay, so this is the level of respondents strength soul. As we can see here, the acceptance is the highest item for the respondents strength of soul. Acceptance mean in Malay is redha. So what it means that when a leader have a good acceptance, it shows that they are a good leader. So as you can see, the other item is making sacrifices. They encourage sacrifices for their staff. The staff and also students know how to make sacrifices for other people. They are sincere. They also have a good determination, firm with their decision and also action, and they are prepared for any challenges. So next one is the level of knowledge. So there are 6 items which apply knowledge. They have a continuous, they know how to apply their knowledge to get the outcome. The leader know how to apply the knowledge that they get to apply to have the outcome. The second one, they have the continuous learning. They always learn a new things to help their followers or also people. So they have a fiqh and Islamic Sharia. The fourth, they know their knowledge in political development. So the fifth one is the psychological needs, mean that they know how to provide psychological need to their people. And last week is the work delegation, which means that they know how to delegate work to their staff. They know what is their potential of their staff and students, and they know how to make sure that the work given give to their staff is a suitable job scope, and they know how to delegate work well. So from here we can see that the highest is the apply knowledge. So most of the leaders, academic leaders in UTM, they know how to apply the knowledge that they get to help to have the outcome for their people or for their students. The next one is the level of physical strength. So from here we can see that they know how to perform in tasks. Second, they have a sufficient energy to do their work. They are active in sports. They have a healthy body. They are active in institution, but they are stressed. They are rarely stressed with their work. So from here, we can see the highest one is the healthy body. Most of the academic leaders in the higher education have a healthy body. And the lowest one we can see here, they are rarely active in sport. They are not really active in sport. And also they have quite stress in their work. Okay, so last one is the level for Al-Amanah. So for the total for Al-Quwah, and this is the level of Al-Quwah according to mean score value. So from here, we can see that the highest elements of Al-Quwah from the academic leaders is their soul. They have a strength of soul, high strength of soul. So they can, like I said before, they have great patience and sabar. They know how they can take great risks. So we can see that the academic leaders in higher institution Malaysia has high soul of elements in leadership. So next one, so we go to Al-Amanah. Okay, so the level of respondents' relationship with Allah. So the first one is performing good deed because of Allah. They doesn't do the good deed because of themselves. I mean, they good deed because they want to impress people, but they performing good deed because of the God, because of Allah. So second one, they do good deeds or work based on Allah guidance. They make sure that what they do is based on what Allah said in Al-Quran and also Prophet Muhammad Sunnah. The third one is Allah belonging. They believe, all the leaders believe that all their belongings, their work, their job, or their wealth is all Allah belongings. So the fourth one is they know how to lower their ego in anything, in their work or anything. So in facing their people or followers. The fifth one is parallel with Allah's guides. You can see here what they do, they always make sure that the things that they want to do is parallel with Allah's guides. And lastly is their responsibility to Allah. So from here we can see that the highest is the responsibility to Allah. The academic leaders have a high responsibility to Allah. So the second one is level of respondents' responsibility. So the first one is trust in staff. So as we can see here, the trust in staff means that they have high trust in their staff. They know that the staff can do a good work. They trust their staff, their students. Second one is responsible for action. What they do, they know that they will responsible for what they for all their actions. Third is they're responsible for the staff actions. Although the staff action is wrong, but he or she are the one who are responsible for the staff action. They know that although the staff is wrong, but they take the responsibility for the staff's wrong. Fourth one is responsible for the decision. So the leaders have, although they discuss and also have come up with the decision, but the decision, although they have made the wrong decision or good decision, the leaders take responsible for any decision that they made. And also the last one is responsible for the goal of they made. So lastly, not lastly, this and the next one is integrity. So the first one, the leaders can be trusted. Second, they speak the truth. They only speak the truth. The third one, they fulfill the promise. Fourth, they keeping Allah trust. And the fifth, added to action and goal, although they faces any challenges or any challenges of people saying that there's not a good things to do or they face some challenges some challenges. Sixth one is obey to the rules of the institutions. So from here we can see that the highest score is they can be trusted. So academic leaders in higher institution, they can be trusted. So it's important for integrity. The fourth one is the level of respondents' justice. So we can see here, the first one is lead fairly. The leaders lead fairly. The second, treat all staff equally, although they are not in the same background, although a different culture, a different race. Third one is staff referral. When staff have some argument about something, the leader is the reference for the staff to know what is the right one to do. The fourth is they protect staff from tyranny and oppression. The fifth one is encourage staff to apply justice. So number fifth one is the highest level of justice. We can see that the leader encourage staff to apply justice to their people also. Fifth one is level of respondents' accountability. So first one is decision making. They're accountable for their decision. The second one, accountable to behave after. The third one is effect of their actions. They're accountable of their actions. The fourth is full explanation about opinion. So which means that when they want to change something about their decision or why did they not accept the staff opinion, so they explain why they didn't accept the staff opinion of students, so that the students know or the staff, the people know that why the decision cannot be made or why the action cannot be do. So the fifth one is identifying pro and cons. So the leader know what is the pro and cons when they take this decision, what is the pro and cons when they take these actions. The sixth one is inner control, being responsible, which means that when they know something is wrong, they can control themselves from not accountable for the action. So they will try to accountable for the action, although there is a wrong action. So the last one is apologize to the staff that affected by the decision that he or she made. So the highest one here is accountable to hereafter. So the academic leaders are accountable to hereafter, and the last one, the total mean score for accountability is 4.58, which is high accountability. Okay, so this is the last one for Al-Amanah. So as we can see here, the high level is the relationship with Allah. So academic leaders in UTM and in higher education have high relationship with Allah. So my last one is finding and conclusion. So the findings show that the academic leaders in these two institutes have high level for both Islamic leadership trust. So for Al-Quwa, the highest mean score was the strength of soul. And the third one is for the Al-Mana, the highest mean score was the trustworthiness for Allah. So I think, so that's why last one is the acknowledgement. Sorry. Okay, so that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, before that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the chairman and all the participants. Okay, thank you for your patience. Okay, I really appreciate it so much.
Yes, thank you so much because patience. So I think that's all from me.
Thank you, Nur Sophia, for presenting the wonderful papers.
Thank you so much.
And we have learned several things.
Thank you.
The presentation was really good. I wish you could really conduct same kind of research for our country leaders.
Oh.
You know, you just conduct the research for student leaders, right?
Yeah, academic leaders.
Student leaders. Yeah, but there are some points that really troubled me, like speaking the truth. You know, trusting in Allah. They are really they have low scores. You know, it's really strange.
Yeah. Actually, when I check, it's not really a low score, but it's still in the high level. But yeah, when that's why my contribution to my study is first is the knowledge itself, because the Islamic leadership is based on Surah Al-Qasas 26. That means that, and they give the good knowledge to the institution to find a good academic leaders that can help to to help students to become the best version of themselves. So to make sure that the staff can have their potential out, for, can know what are the potentials. So the second one is my contribution is for when the academic leaders answer the question and then they know what are the quality that they possess and they need what are the quality that they need to improve to make sure that they can become a good leader.
So I have one suggestion. If you conduct this research again, just add one more question. Do you follow ideas or do you follow leaders? Because in Western countries, people follow ideas. Okay, they compare or they judge leaders whether they do really comply with the ideas that they do defend. In Eastern countries, in China, Russia, Turkey, Malaysia, or any countries, the people follow leaders regardless of their ideas. Okay, that's the biggest problem we do face normally, because after a while the leader becomes the ideology itself. The leader becomes the idea itself, and whatever the leader does, you know, it becomes rule. That's the problem, you know. That's the problem of Eastern culture, or whatever you call it.
They follow ideas. They didn't follow leaders.
In Western, yes, they don't follow leaders. They do follow the ideas, and they do compare the actions of leader as per the idea that the leader is defending or pretend to defend. But in
so based
Eastern
on
countries,
whoever have a good idea, they just follow the idea. No matter
they have ultimate goal. Okay, for example, democracy. Okay, so the actions of leader is really compared with the rules of democracy. And in East, the actions of leader, whether it complies with the democracy or not, okay, it's accepted. That's the biggest problem we do face.
Okay,
am I wrong? I don't know.
That's a very good suggestion to be studied at, because this is the first time I knew about they follow ideas rather than leaders. Before this, because in Asian they are following leaders.
Okay, because even in the Quran, Allah really doesn't want us follow people. Wants us follow ideas. You know, even warns prophet. about to follow the rules, follow the idea, not follow his own instinct or his own desire.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry, Dr. Jah.
So it's good to know that we are having differences between the Western countries and Eastern countries.
Yes. This is my first time.
We have too many differences normally, but
yes.
I believe on the political ground, that's the biggest difference we have. You know.
Yeah.
Yes, it is very tangible difference indeed.
Yeah, in East we have parties. You know, if you close one party, the leader goes and just declares another party. I mean, just open another party and establishes another party. Sorry, and then gets in the political arena. But in the West, you know, ideas, the parties are really the head of the party is not important at all. The idea of the party. The idea of the party. Yeah.
Yep. We have another presenter here. If you want, we can let her to present her presentation.
I thought that no one else showed.
Agela here.
Okay, no problem. If you have any questions, you can always contact us. All right, no problem at all.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Just contact us.
Thank you for your support. Sorry for the.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Akila Sarif?
Yes, she's here. She just,
yes.
Yeah, she connected here.
Yes.
Yes. Great.
Okay.
Her paper is do online classes ensure sustainable education during COVID-19.
Dr. Akila, your microphone is off. Will you please turn your microphone on?
Do you listen me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
I am Dr. Akila Sagir from Pakistan University of Agriculture, Faisalabad. Here, going to present, do online classes ensure sustainable education during COVID-19? This is the e-learning version. Here we are going to discuss regarding introduction of this topic, objectives, then review of literature regarding this study, methodology of research study, results, conclusions, recommendations, and references. Now we discuss the introduction of current topic. Education and health status of society has strong relation with each other. Health condition and health facilities affects the students' learning activities as well as learning outcomes. COVID-19 has become the most disastrous disease which not only affects the human health, but also negatively affects the every basic fiber of society. Social position, economic condition, and educational system completely deteriorated due to the depressed effects of corona. While when we discuss the sustainable education means finding long-lasting solutions through education with regard to social, environmental, and economic issues. The three pillars of sustainability. Educational problems due to COVID-19, such as some students are facing numerous pains and problems in attaining education due to COVID-19. In this situation, students have a lot of liabilities and responsibilities that create stress and mental anxiety. Spreading of corona in Pakistan create exam fear in students due to heavy curriculum, lack of life balance, school environment, researcher-students relation, family life, as well as lack of self-confidence. Coronavirus brings stress and vulnerable feeling in students as well as in teachers. Online learning. What is online learning? When we learn through internet sources, that is the online learning. E-learning make it possible for institution to compensate learning loss and protect students' academic career. Mingling face-to-face lecture with technology offer expansion to blended education and flipped classroom. Enhance learning capacity of students, while develop new abilities in the process leading to lifelong learning. The institutions also identifies the growing reputation of online learning in this dynamic world. While now we discuss the objectives of this research study. To analyze learning loss of students due to COVID-19, to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on students' health and their psychology, to analyze impact of e-learning due to COVID-19, to compile suggestion for the combat of this situation. Then review of literature. Social isolation impacts student psychological progress and mental strength. According to Odorozolo, students around the world observed mentally affected by pandemic. In COVID crisis, social network is shielding of stress and helping students to be more operative. It is important that treatment of anxiety should be conducted creative and innovative. Strategies can be helpful in reducing effect of anxiety in students. Students of Pakistan never attend their classes due to lockdown, and when lockdown removed, 60% students never go to school due to poverty. It means their parents has joined their children in some domestic work, in some professional work, or in some child labor. Learning style and teaching pedagogies are affected by the coronavirus, and it shrinks the curriculum also. Education technology help in online education. It improves teaching and learning proficiency, assessment and responsive. Students can keep in touch from any location, increase sense of solving problems in students. Online education enables students to manage tasks personally, while online education chances are like interest, competencies, confidence, creativity, and also prepare students for further achievement. Now we discuss the methods, materials and methodology through which this research study has been accomplished. This is a MPhil level research study which has been conducted in district Tehsil Bahawalnagar in district Bahawalnagar in Punjab, Pakistan. At secondary school level, 317 secondary schools were present in that area. 11,363 teachers were working, while 200 teachers were the population of the study. Through simple random sampling method, the sample was collected. And they were interviewed, and through interview we get results which has been presented in front of you. For example, the teaching class, playgroup, prep 1, these are the teaching classes. Regarding this table, the major finding is the 1/5 of the respondents used to teach 3 class, less than 1/5 of the respondent used to teach 5 class, less than 1/5 respondent used to teach 4 class, less than 1/10 of the respondent used to teach 2 class. More than 1/10 of the respondent used to teach prep class, less than 1/10 of the respondent used to teach play group. While academic qualification of the teachers of the respondents, Majority of the respondents have master degree qualification. Less than 1/5, 18.26% of the respondents have bachelor degree qualification, while less than 1/10 of the respondents have intermediate degree qualification. While some 3.49% of the respondents have MPhil academic qualification. Now the professional qualification, majority of the respondents have B.Ed, more than 1/10 of the respondents have M.Ed, some of the respondents have PTC or CT. This is the professional means how the teachers were trained in their relevant field. The mean value of exam results show that 4.3 and 484 good result, while mean score value of 4.22 and 486 weighted score indicated that COVID-19 affects the immune system of students and their social interaction. Now we go towards the conclusion of this research study. During online classes, students remained inactive due to absence of physical exercises. A great advantage of online classes in the era of COVID-19 crucial situation. Online classes minimize the learning loss of students. It is suggested that online education really played a pivotal role on the sustainability of education. However, we recommend the following recommendations. There should be the extra classes planning. The teachers and students jointly plan some extra classes to manage the course curriculum. While parents' attention is foremost needed on the part of parents, they should pay attention on their students, on their children's study. While children health, the teacher and parents both should focus on the child's health. If the student is not healthy, obviously he or she can't perform well in the classroom. Sports and health related extracurricular activity, they also be inculcated in the curriculum or co-curriculum. COVID-19 affected children's psychology and students have to suffer from feeling like fear, loss of confidence, reduced motivation and anxiety. Counseling session and parents-teacher meeting. There should be session between the parents and teachers during the parent-teacher meeting so that the children's loss should be minimized. There should be encouragement e-learning programs. While online education somehow minimize learning loss in COVID-19, implementation of COVID-19 SOPs on daily basis, while government should provide more facilitation to schools for the implementation of COVID-19 SOPs. So thank you very much. If there is question, please ask me.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you have any question, dear guest? Do you?
I would like to have one question.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Dr. Jha. I would like to ask whether this online education has totally replaced the physical education, offline education?
Yeah, your question is very nice and smart. In fact, online education is a substitute for a physical education, but it is not alternative. It's mean there is mandatory that physical education should be the compulsory one. And we can't say that online education is alternative of the physical education because the result, there is a gap between the student and the teacher. We also feel in my classes, in my online classes, I felt many times that students are sleeping. Students might be there traveling during the class, or somehow
Yes,
they
yes.
are doing some other activities. They are not interested in the class. Only they join and that's it for attendance. Nothing more that. However,
And ma'am, that is the problem everywhere, irrespective of caste, creed, countries.
yeah. Oh,
Yes,
and
yes.
however, we can say as an alternative, when in the total absence of physical classes during the COVID-19 and lockdown situation, how we capture the students, how we engage the student, there is one option as a substitute that we conduct the online classes so that they have some sort of 20% or 10% time to engage with the study. So we can say that they can accommodate with that situation. However, compatible to the results, students do cheating in the exams, and the student who got fail in physical examination, they got 100% results in the online examination.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, if any other question.
Thank you, Dr. Savir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if any other question regarding online classes, this study is my, this is from my MPhil education study. MPhil education over here we do, and this is from that part of study.
Thank you. Any question to
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you
Savir?
very much. Yeah.
No. Thank you very much, Dr. Savir.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Professor Avdesh. Will you please, okay. I'd like to invite Professor Avdesh for closing speech and to declare the best presentation award.
Thank you, Professor Aslan, for inviting me. And I think this session was fine enough. And all the participants, they put up their efforts and they presented the things very nicely. It is indeed a pleasure and privilege to be a part of this session. And at least for the ending session, whatever we say, it is something special to be a part of it. In all, there are 117 papers and about 176 authors from 13 countries. I think it is not a small number. And the number of countries, that also matters a lot. It is something very, very special that so many people from so many countries, they took part. 176 authors is truly not small. 13 countries is really huge in numbers. Okay, we have to admit it. At this point of time, I would certainly like to tell about Dr. Mustafa Aslan also, Academic Studies Congress. It has worked a lot. And I remember we had several meetings. At least 4 times I attended the meeting. And all the 4 times I have seen Dr. Mustafa, Dr. Aslan, they were so keen to make this program a memorable event. They have done, and they have put up all their efforts. They motivated the people. We kept on talking and we kept on suggesting the ideas. I feel proud that they had a very democratic approach, And for this, I personally congratulated Dr. Mustafa also, that you have very democratic approach. Because, you know, at any point of time in even small institutions, what we do, that if once we decide something, first of all, we decide and then we talk. We talk of democracy, but it is not democracy. Normally it is our idea and we try to impose. But here I found that the whole Academic Studies Congress, they were very, very keen to accept the ideas. And there are so many ideas, the flood of ideas. and the flood of ideas were accepted by them. I think it is that acceptance that has made this conference a successful one. I would just say that we all need to learn from these. You know, presenting the papers is not all. It is all about putting our efforts in the direction in which the Academic Studies Congress is going. We should have the acceptance. The last question which was posited by Dr. Jha, that whether it is an alternative. Online education can never be an alternative. Of course, we cannot undermine the power of technology. We have to accept it. We have to accept it, and we do accept it and admit it even. But then again, one thing is very sure, that teachers are important, and the emotional attachment, that is very, very important for a good and healthy society. If we want to build our society, we have to have the acceptance. We have to have the humanitarian approach. We have to have the democratic approach. And unless and until we have that thing, we cannot move ahead. Our society cannot move ahead. Any conference, whatever it is a gathering of the academicians. Here, I think having 176 authors, and that too, the very, very good and genuine authors, okay, it is something very, very special. I congratulate Academic Studies Congress for all their efforts, what they have put. I congratulate all the authors, all the presenters, all the chairpersons, and the organizers who have been a part of this. It is not always that we take the name of the people who are directly associated. Normally, we do that thing only. We don't take the name of those people who are indirectly associated. For all those people, you know, it is not only about the people who are directly associated. There are many people indirectly they have supported. And we have, I know one such name, and that is Dr. Azamat. It is only due to Dr. Azamat Maksudanov that today I am here. It is something, many people, they place their efforts, and they do it because they are married to education. They are married to education. I am speaking married to education. Okay. There are many people amongst us. They have put up all their efforts with this. I just wish that we all keep our efforts up. Academic Science Congress keeps up moving like this. We all extend our support like this. You all present the papers, be the chairperson. Today you have presented the papers. Soon we are sure that you will be the chairperson and even the organizers, and we will be a part of that program where you are presenting, which you are organizing. So we need to keep it on. It is not that with only one conference the success will come and the sustainability 5.0 will turn a success. It is the continuous efforts that we have to put up, we have to place up. And unless and until we do that thing, we are not going to succeed. And as and when we start doing, and it is from each of us, each individual have to put up the efforts. And as and when we put up these efforts, slowly and silently, we will find the changes there. The sustainability 5.0 will turn a huge success. This is all for this time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Aslan. Thank you, all the members who are present here. I cannot name all, but thank you so much. You have been so good to present and ask the questions and be a part of this program, making this program a huge success. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
I thank you, Professor Avdesh. I see Dr. Halunovi is here, but Dr. Halunovi, we just concluded English session. The Turkish session is still going on. I will have you to present your paper in Turkish session, if it's okay with you. For Dr. Savir, I'm sorry we selected, because you were not here in the session, at the start of the session. And during that time, we did select the best presentation. So we did not really were able to count your paper in. So Professor Avdesh, will you please announce the best presentation?
Thank you.
You have the best presentation, title of the best presentation, right? Professor Avdesh?
Me?
Yes.
No. Not now. Sorry, not now.
Okay, check your WhatsApp. I'm sorry. Because we did talk. Do you remember? We did work together. We did talk. We did really discuss the papers, and I did discuss with Dr. Indiran and Dr. Zakwan and all the other chairpersons.
Yeah, I had, but
okay. So
you want me to, start like?
Okay, if you want.
Okay, dear academic. Okay, I will let you.
Do you have
dear
the name
academic,
of the title? Do you have the title of the paper?
Yeah, me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have. Dear
Okay,
academics from Turkey and abroad, and distinguished participants, thank you all for your contribution to the second International Academician Studies Congress hosted by Karabük University, organized by the Academician Studies Group. We are honored to organize this Congress as a member of the Academician Studies Group. Dear participants, I would like to announce, if you let me, Professor.
Please.
Advesh Jha. Is
Please,
it okay?
please.
Okay. I would like to announce the Best Presentation Awards for English session. Undergraduate pitch for funding driving a sustainable university industry collaboration for it's going to Indiran. This is your presentation. I think, do you want to say something?
Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome. You and your,
yeah, we have our team.
Yeah,
Dr. Hayati also is here. She also is my team member.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
How do you feel?
I really appreciate this. I hope that the sharing was benefit a lot of people. Thank you very much, Prof. Mustafa, and also the organizer.
Your presentation was really great, Dr. Indra.
Yeah, it was. Indeed, it was.
So, congratulations.
So,
congratulations.
Yeah, let's clap then.
Congratulations, ma'am, for your achievement.
Thank you.
And anyone who wants to say something about the Congress and our future Congress, will be going on soon, and hope it will be face to face to see each other next time.
Hopefully.
I want to say something.
Okay.
Okay. I want to say thanks for all the participation, their valuable presentation. We watched a very useful presentation for 3 days. I want to say thanks for Dr. Osman Yılmaz to establish the academic studies groups. Now we are the academic family now. Thanks, Mr. Osman Yılmaz, for establishing the academic studies group. And I want to say thanks for the Dr. Lee for her energetic opening speech. Doctor is not here. I want to take thanks all our participants. It was a very good organization. Thanks.
And Dr. Indra, please send me your postal address by WhatsApp. So we'll send you our gift, reward. Okay. It will not be just a certificate. It will also have some tangible items as well. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I'm still speechless.
Oh, you deserve it, doctor. Believe me, you deserve it.
It is always a speechless.
Okay, thank you very much.
I believe everyone saw your presentation would agree. Like Dr. Raj, you will agree, right? I mean, it was. I believe you saw her presentation, right, Dr. Indira's presentation. Dr.
Yes,
Raj?
yes.
Okay. No. I'm talking to Dr. Raj, Jayakumar Raj.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I fully agree, Professor. I fully agree because her presentation was excellent just now. Very good.
Yeah, it was perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
And basically, I'm a student also.
Okay, then. Okay, thank you very much. So, if nothing else left to talk,
let's keep in touch then.
Yeah.
Keep in touch. That is important.
Our session, our Turkish session still continues. Okay, so you may join. Let me give you the link for the Turkish session. Okay, to everyone. So if you like, you might join that session.
From Mustafa, maybe Dr. Yati, you would like to say something from Malaysia?
Excuse me?
No, maybe we would like to say something from Malaysia. We would like to thank you for the opportunity given to collaborate with you all. Okay.
Oh.
We are really happy on this collaboration. Dr. Yati, please.
Hi, everyone.
Professor Nurhayati is here. Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't see. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I'm not open my video because I don't have my scarf right now.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, I just would like to thank to the organizer of the ASC. It's really good collaboration between Turkish and also Malaysian. All right, and also I would like to welcome all of you to Malaysia maybe next year. Okay, to collaborate on this conference. If we have a chance, we can be a host in Kuala Lumpur next year. That's all from me. Thank you, everyone.
Well, most likely in the second week of November, we are going to get together all together, and we will discuss the theme of the next Congress and the place of the next Congress. Okay, so see you in the next meeting. Not next
All
Congress,
right,
next meeting. Okay, maybe 3 weeks later. Okay.
Bye. See you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Have a good night. For Malaysia.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Best wishes to all. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you to all.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Alan.
Dirençli açık bir ilgi göstermesi, veri kaynaklarının göstergeleri seçici zamansal, mekansal, etki alanı ölçüm yöntemi olarak
Osman Hocam, YouTube canlı yayını devam ediyor. Gir çık mı yapalım, kapatalım mı, açacağız, nasıl yapacağız? Evet.
Göstergelerimizde sıfır bir normalizasyon yaptı ve bu